how the universe tests you before changing your reality. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Have you ever felt like everything was falling apart right before everything changed? What if those moments weren't punishment, but preparation? In today's video, how the universe tests you. Before changing your reality, we explore the hidden wisdom behind life's toughest tests, and how your inner transformation is often the key to unlocking a new external reality. If this resonates with your journey, comment below. I trust the process, and let us know how life has been testing you lately. Make sure to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more content that empowers your growth and spiritual awakening. 1. Life isn't punishing you, it's preparing you. What you often mistake for punishment is, in truth, preparation. Life doesn't randomly bring pain. It orchestrates experiences to sharpen your soul for what you've asked for. You may be striving, hoping, praying for a breakthrough, but nothing moves. Instead, you're met with resistance, silence, or even loss. It's in these moments, when things feel stuck or unbearable, that the universe is not ignoring you. It's constructing the version of you that can carry the reality you've been asking for. Carl Jung taught that real transformation doesn't begin when your mind decides. It begins when your unconscious is ready. You may consciously desire success, love, peace, or change. But if the deeper layers of your psyche are still burdened by fear, doubt, or unresolved wounds, you will unknowingly block what you seek. The universe isn't withholding your dreams out of cruelty. It's waiting for your energy to align with them. That alignment happens not through forcing or pretending, but through inner integration. This is why certain chapters in your life feel repetitive. You attract the same kind of people, fall into the same patterns, face the same emotional storms. It's not because you're cursed. It's because you're still being trained. You're still in the process of building spiritual and emotional muscle. The universe sends the same test until your reaction changes, until you respond with consciousness instead of fear, with self-respect instead of desperation. Consider a person who keeps searching for love, but ends up with emotionally unavailable partners. On the surface, they seem ready, but deep down, they still carry an unconscious story. Love abandons me, or I have to earn love by proving my worth. The universe responds not to their wish list, but to their unconscious frequency. So it brings mirrors, not punishments. And when those mirrors break them open, it's not to destroy them, but to reveal the very beliefs that must be dissolved. In this way, the universe is a wise teacher. It doesn't operate on your timeline, it operates on your alignment. If you're asking for something massive, something life-altering, then you must become the version of you who won't crumble under the weight of it. That means letting go of old identities. That means sitting in discomfort. That means being stripped of illusions so that clarity can take root. Carl Jung saw life not as a series of random moments, but as a process of individuation, a journey where your outer world reflects the integration of your inner self. Every delay, every loss, every confusing season is part of that sacred path. You aren't stuck. You're being stripped, purified, and recalibrated. What you're going through is the initiation before the expansion. The tests come first, then the rewards. But the greatest reward isn't just what you receive, it's who you become along the way. So instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" ask, "What in me is being strengthened?" Every challenge is a portal. Every silence is a classroom. And when the time is right, not when your ego demands it, but when your soul is aligned, everything you've asked for will arrive. Not a moment too early and never too late. Are you ready to trust that what feels like delay is actually divine preparation? If so, comment below. I trust the process to affirm your commitment to inner growth and breakthrough. 2. Before the shift comes the silence. You may think nothing is happening when your world goes quiet. No signs, no progress, no breakthroughs, just stillness. But this isn't punishment. It's not a failure. This is the sacred space known as the void. It's that in-between phase where everything feels frozen, yet beneath the surface, something powerful is shifting. According to the principle of rhythm in Hermetic philosophy, life moves like a pendulum. It swings backward before it moves forward. This means that the stillness you're experiencing is part of the universal rhythm. It's the preparation before expansion, the darkness before the dawn, the winter before the spring. In this space, you may feel isolated, uncertain, or even abandoned. People may disappear. Opportunities may dry up. Your confidence may start to crack. But this too is the test. The universe is pulling you inward, not to break you, but to build you. The spiritual wisdom in this is simple. The silence isn't the end. It's the foundation. Just like a seed breaks open in the dark before it ever reaches the light, your transformation is unfolding where no one can see it, not even you. Carl Jung taught that change begins when the unconscious becomes conscious. But that awakening doesn't happen in noise. It happens in solitude. That's why life goes silent before it shifts. In that silence, your ego has less control. You begin to see things more clearly. The illusions fall away, and your soul begins to take the lead. The void becomes a mirror, reflecting your deepest fears, beliefs, and desires, not to shame you, but to cleanse you. To strip away what no longer belongs so that you can finally become who you were meant to be. This is the moment where you're not just waiting for life to change, you are being changed. Not externally, but internally. You're being stretched, refined, rewired, so that when the breakthrough comes, it doesn't just visit you, it stays with you. Because now, you're finally able to hold it. The universe never withholds blessings. It simply waits until you're energetically ready to receive them. And that readiness is forged in the stillness, not the striving. What makes this phase so difficult is that modern life tells us progress must look like movement. We're taught that growth equals action. But true transformation often looks like doing nothing, like sitting in the quiet, like trusting when there's no evidence. This is the essence of spiritual wisdom, knowing that what appears empty may be the most full moment of your life. That silence doesn't mean nothing is happening. It means everything is happening in a way your eyes can't yet see. So if you're in that pause, don't rush out of it. Don't try to force clarity or grasp for signs. Sit with it. Listen to it. Let it do its work on you. Because once you pass this test of trust and surrender, life begins to move again, and it moves in your favor. You don't just return to where you were. You rise, higher, deeper, wiser. Aligned not with your fears, but with your soul. That's when reality begins to shift, not just around you, but through you. If you're ready to trust the stillness and honor the rhythm of life, comment below. I embrace the silence before the shift. This moment of stillness is sacred. Let it prepare you for what's coming. 3. The test is internal, not external. The universe doesn't test your worth. It tests your readiness. It doesn't care about how perfect you look on the outside, how much you've achieved, or how confident you pretend to be. What it truly cares about is whether you are aligned with your truth. When you're going through emotional pain, when people disappoint you, or when everything around you feels stuck, it's not a punishment. It's a mirror. Life is reflecting the unhealed parts of you that are still clinging to illusions, attachments, false identities, and the need for control. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." That's exactly what happens when we ignore the inner tests that life presents to us. What triggers you emotionally isn't the real problem. The real issue lies beneath the surface, in the wounds you haven't yet healed, in the stories you keep telling yourself, and in the expectations that were never really yours to begin with. Rejection, for example, may feel like someone turning their back on you. But on a deeper level, it's often a sign that you've been outsourcing your self-worth to their validation. The universe removes what you cling to, not to hurt you, but to show you that you never needed it in the first place. What you thought was loss is often liberation in disguise. Stagnation is another internal test. When things stop moving, when your plans don't go forward, and life seems unresponsive, it's easy to panic or spiral into self-doubt. But maybe the delay is sacred. Maybe the stillness is life protecting you from making a move that isn't aligned with your soul's highest path. It's in this space that spiritual awakening happens. The silence between what you thought you wanted and what you're truly meant for creates the room for self-awareness to grow. As the mystic Rumi said, "Don't grieve. Anything you lose comes round in another form." That is the essence of trust, believing that what is taken from you is not the end, but the start of your transformation. Each emotional trigger is a doorway. Each disappointment is a compass. Each setback is a spiritual checkpoint. The question is not, "Why is this happening to me?" but what belief, story, or pattern is being exposed through this experience. This is the turning point. When you can sit with your discomfort and ask, "What is this showing me about myself?" you shift from victimhood to empowerment. You stop resisting reality and begin to shape it with clarity and intention. That's when the universe opens new doors. Not because you forced it, but because you finally aligned with the frequency that matches your next level. The test is always internal. It's about choosing awareness over reaction, surrender over control, presence over fear. Spiritual awakening means you no longer interpret pain as failure, but as feedback. You start recognizing that your external world is only responding to the depth of your inner world. And the more clarity, self-respect, and peace you cultivate within, the less chaos you attract outside. When you stop trying to fix the world and instead choose to face yourself honestly, everything around you begins to shift naturally. If you're ready to pass the test within and rise beyond the illusion of control, like this video, subscribe to the channel and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's heal together, grow together, and trust the timing of the universe. 4. You must respond, not react. Spiritual awakening is not about escaping emotions. It's about responding to them with new awareness. You used to react in the heat of the moment, angry words, anxious decisions, silent withdrawals. But now, something in you pauses. Something waits. You've begun to notice the space between what happens and what you choose. That space is power. And in that space, your new self is born. As Carl Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Your past reactions weren't flaws. They were patterns shaped by wounds, fear, and old survival instincts. But every time you pause, breathe, and respond with clarity instead of chaos, you break the cycle. You reclaim your energy. The universe will always check your growth. It sends familiar storms, the same temptations, the same silences, the same disrespect. But this time, you don't flinch. You don't fight back. You don't run. You hold yourself. That's the test. Can you hold your center when nothing outside you makes sense? Can you walk through confusion without demanding answers? That is what transformation looks like. Stillness in the noise. Calm in the chaos. Silence that's not fear, but power. You're not here to prove yourself to anyone anymore. You're not here to win every argument or chase every closure. Sometimes, the real flex is in not engaging, in keeping your dignity, in choosing your peace over your pride. And while others may think you're silent because you're weak, you know the truth. You're silent because you no longer need to shout to be heard. The noise is gone from your spirit. Let's say someone close to you does the very thing that used to send you spiraling, rejects you, criticizes you, abandons you. The old you would panic. The old you would over-explain, over-please, overthink. But now, you breathe. You listen. You feel the emotion rise, but you no longer let it own you. You feel sadness, but it doesn't drown you. You feel anger, but it doesn't define you. You simply respond with grace, with strength, with knowing. That's the shift. Not the disappearance of pain, but the mastery of it. Carl Jung's work reminds us that growth begins when you stop blaming the world and start examining the lens through which you see it. And that lens, over time, becomes clearer, not through comfort, but through the tension that stretches you. You become resilient, not by avoiding triggers, but by facing them and no longer being ruled by them. Your story no longer controls you. You rewrite it as you go. Real growth isn't visible on the outside. It's in the moment you choose not to send that reactive text. The moment you walk away with peace instead of needing to be right. The moment you no longer internalize someone else's mood as your fault. Those small choices, repeated consistently, rebuild your identity. And the universe takes note. Not with applause, but with new levels of alignment. Because now, you've shown that your peace is no longer situational, it's sacred. Do you feel the shift within you of the quiet strength to respond, not react? If this message speaks to your soul, declare it in the comments. I choose to respond with peace. 5. Pain is a sign of shedding the old self. Pain is not a sign of failure. It is evidence of transformation. When life begins to shift and your emotions intensify, you are not falling apart. You are shedding everything that is no longer aligned with who you are becoming. The emotional weight pressing down on you is the release of outdated roles, attachments, and self-perceptions. The discomfort is the ego resisting its own dissolution, clinging to identities built from fear, survival, and conditioning. But this resistance is exactly what Carl Jung warned us about when he said, "What you resist persists. What you accept transforms." This is not simply a quote, it's a roadmap through the spiritual fires of rebirth. What you're experiencing is the sacred unraveling of your former self. You're not being punished. You're being prepared. In moments of deep pain, your soul is whispering, make space for something greater. And yet, Most people misinterpret this phase. They think something's gone wrong. But in truth, you are being emptied to hold something far more expensive than what you were settling for. Your nervous system is not malfunctioning. It's being rewired. Your sadness, your fear, your confusion, these are not breakdowns. They are signals of a breakthrough. The old self can't carry the frequency of the life you've asked for. If you want expansion, the container must grow. If you want peace, the chaos within must be exposed. You don't get to rise while staying the same. You must be stripped, undone, remade. This spiritual wisdom is not easy to live through, but it is the only way to embody your higher self. When everything feels like it's collapsing, when nothing feels certain, when all your anchors seem to vanish, that is the void. And the void is not a curse. It is a portal. It's the space where the old identity dies and the new one is still forming. The problem is, we often resist the void. We run from it. We numb it. We try to rebuild what we lost. But the universe won't let you go backward when your soul is ready for more. So it tests you not to see if you're worthy, but to help you recognize your own strength. It strips away false comfort so you can find real peace. It takes away distractions so you can meet yourself in silence. This is not a breakdown. It's a divine reordering. Think about the person who finally leaves the relationship that drained their spirit. At first, there's relief. But then come the waves of doubt, grief, fear. It feels like everything inside them is breaking. But that pain is not regression. It's recalibration. Their soul is adjusting to a new frequency of self-worth, one that doesn't tolerate being unseen. Or the person who quits the job that suffocated their creativity. The uncertainty feels unbearable. But what's really happening is that their energy is being redirected toward purpose and alignment. When you stop resisting what's leaving, you begin to receive what's meant. Acceptance doesn't mean you love the pain. It means you trust its purpose. You start asking deeper questions, not, why is this happening to me? But what is this trying to awaken in me? That shift in perception is where the transformation begins. This is spiritual awakening, not something magical that happens overnight, but a raw, soul-level initiation that redefines who you are. You are not breaking down. You are becoming whole. You are not losing yourself. You are shedding everything you are not. And though it hurts, that pain is sacred. It is carving out space within you for the truth of your being to rise. This is not the end. It is the sacred beginning of your next chapter. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on how your deepest pain is often the beginning of your transformation. And if you're ready to release the old and rise into your true self, comment below. I welcome the new me. 6. True transformation happens in the void. The void is not emptiness. It is sacred space. While many fear this phase because it lacks clarity, results, or validation, it is, in truth, the crucible of transformation. The void strips away your ego's need for applause and demands something deeper. Presence without proof. Purpose without reward. In this quiet realm, your soul is not just waiting, it is being reshaped. You are not being punished, you are being prepared. The universe isn't testing your desire, it's refining your identity. It watches not for what you wish to receive, but for who you become when nothing seems to be working. When you feel invisible, when no one affirms you, when outcomes delay, and the silence grows louder, that is the moment of spiritual awakening. It is here that you are asked to remain truthful, consistent, and aligned even when nothing is guaranteed? Can you keep your heart open when it's easier to shut down? Can you act with integrity when no one is watching? This is where the old self dissolves, and the new self is born not through comfort, but through conscious surrender. And that surrender is not weakness. It is strength in its purest form. Carl Jung said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." The void forces you inward. It removes distractions so that you may meet yourself without illusion. There, you realize that everything you thought you needed, recognition, progress, signs, is secondary to what you actually need: clarity of soul, rootedness in being. This inner clarity is what shifts your outer world. When you no longer seek external validation, you become truly unshakable. The void teaches you that the peace you were searching for was never out there. It was waiting to be remembered within you. Throughout history, the most awakened beings were formed in the void. Jesus was tempted in the wilderness. Buddha found enlightenment through silence and stillness. Jung encountered his deepest insights in solitude. They didn't skip this stage, they embraced it. And that is why their transformation endured. Because they didn't just want change, they became the vessel capable of holding it. This is what the universe asks of you: to hold yourself with grace when there is no applause, to be your own anchor when everything is uncertain. This space, this silence, this sacred pause is not the end. It is the hidden beginning of something vast and powerful. If you're walking through it now, do not rush the process. Let it shape you. Let it soften you. Let it burn away what is not you. Because when the shift finally comes, you will not just step into a new reality, you will step into it as someone entirely new. And that, above all, is what the void was preparing you for. If this message speaks to your soul, declare it with faith. I am becoming who I'm meant to be, even in the silence. I trust the void is sacred. Type it in the comments to affirm your transformation. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the bell so you never miss a message meant just for you. 7. Manifestation is about embodiment, not wishing. You don't manifest by wishing, hoping, or demanding. You manifest by embodying. That means becoming, right now, the version of yourself who already lives in the reality you desire. The law of attraction doesn't respond to your surface thoughts or desperate requests. It responds to the frequency you consistently radiate. As Carl Jung famously said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Your energy, not your words, is what the universe listens to. Manifestation is not about shouting your desires louder. It's about aligning your emotional and energetic state with the reality you claim to want. If you're asking for peace, but your inner world is full of resistance, reactivity, or chaos, there's a contradiction. You say you want love, but your nervous system is bracing for heartbreak. You say you want abundance, but your body is still carrying the frequency of lack. The universe is not fooled by declarations. It responds to consistency. Your energy has to tell one clear story. This is where most people unconsciously sabotage themselves. Their desires speak one language, but their frequency speaks another. Think about it like this. There's a woman named Sarah who repeats affirmations every morning about finding a healthy, loving relationship. She's doing the journaling, the vision boards, the meditations. But deep down, she doesn't trust love. She's been betrayed before. Her body tightens when she thinks about vulnerability. So even though her mind says, "I want love," her energy says love isn't safe. That's the frequency the universe hears, not the pretty words, the emotional truth beneath them. Carl Jung would call this the influence of the shadow of those unseen, unresolved patterns that run our lives until we consciously integrate them. To truly manifest something new, you have to become a new version of yourself. That's not about pretending or faking it. It's about shifting your identity, your self-image, your emotional foundation. When your thoughts, beliefs, body, and actions align, that's when the field responds. That's when synchronicities begin. That's when the universe says yes, not because you forced it, but because you matched it. Your job is to become the living embodiment of the future you seek, without needing proof, without needing validation. That is the real spiritual wisdom behind manifestation. And here's the uncomfortable truth. If what you desire hasn't arrived, it's not because the universe is late. It's because something within you is still resisting alignment. Your fear, your doubt, your emotional wounds may be blocking the transmission. So instead of chasing your desires, become them. Instead of trying to control outcomes, anchor your energy. Ask yourself, if I already had it, how would I feel? And then feel that now. Live from that frequency. Speak from that identity. Breathe from that inner truth. Jung's work reminds us that real change doesn't come from outer effort. It comes from inner transformation. This is what spiritual embodiment really means. You don't just think differently, you are different. The shift happens not when you convince the universe, but when you convince yourself. When your inner world becomes so stable, peaceful, and clear, your outer reality has no choice but to mirror it. That's the moment manifestation stops being a mystery and becomes a natural reflection of who you've become. If this message resonates with you, leave a like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss a video that helps you align with your highest self. Type in the comments, "I am aligned with the reality I desire," to anchor your embodiment and start manifesting from within. 8. You become the miracle. The long silence was not a punishment. It was sacred preparation. Every delay, every unanswered prayer, every painful wait wasn't holding you back. It was reshaping you. While it felt like life had paused, your soul was in motion. The universe wasn't withholding your destiny. It was forming you into the person capable of holding it. Nothing was wasted. The heartbreaks, the setbacks, the nights spent in confusion and surrender were not obstacles. They were sacred tools in your becoming. You weren't waiting for a breakthrough. You were the breakthrough in progress. You no longer have to chase transformation because you are the transformation. You've outgrown begging for signs, begging for change, begging for someone to choose you. Your presence is now the answer. You are no longer asking for the door to open. You've become the door. That is spiritual wisdom. When the miracle stops being something outside of you and starts becoming who you are. The old you was waiting for a reward. The new you is the reward. Life doesn't owe you anything. It simply reflects what you have become. And now, what's coming isn't compensation for your suffering. It's a reflection of your evolution. What you attract now is different because you are different. Your frequency has changed. You no longer seek validation because you've remembered your value. You no longer crave attention because you've reclaimed your energy. The world mirrors your vibration, not your desire. You don't manifest from longing. You manifest from embodiment. What's ahead of you will look like a gift, but it's actually a mirror of your self-worth, your growth, your healing, and your spiritual wisdom. The universe doesn't give based on begging. It gives based on becoming. And you, through every quiet season, every dark night of the soul, have become. So when you look at what is unfolding, don't be surprised. Be aware. You're not lucky. You're aligned. You didn't force this. You allowed it. You became it. The version of you that once prayed for change has stepped aside to make room for the version of you who is the change. That's why life looks different. That's why people treat you differently. That's why doors are opening. Why energy feels lighter. Why opportunities now arrive unannounced. Because you no longer vibrate in desperation, you vibrate in truth. To affirm the power of who you've become, comment below, "I am the miracle." Let it be a declaration of your growth and a reminder to others that transformation begins within. And remember this, the universe is never punishing you. It's preparing you. Every delay, every obstacle, every emotional trigger is a test of your readiness to receive the life you've asked for. When you begin to respond with awareness instead of reaction, you're no longer at the mercy of external circumstances. You're aligned with transformation. If this message resonated with you, please like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear this truth, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos that continue to guide your awakening journey. Stay grounded, stay faithful, and trust the process. 8 signs that someone close to you secretly hates you. The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. Carl Jung. Have you ever felt a strange twist in your gut when someone complimented you? As if their words didn't match the energy behind them? That's not paranoia. It's your intuition sensing the shadow self that Jung spoke of. The hidden envy, resentment, and secret competition masked by fake smiles. In today's video on Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore 8 subtle signs that someone close to you may secretly hate you. These insights aren't just warnings. They're keys to self-protection and emotional clarity. Have you ever experienced this before? Drop your story or thoughts in the comments. We're here to grow and awaken together. Chapter 1. Sarcasm as contempt. When someone close to you constantly masks cruelty as comedy, it's not affection, it's contempt. Sarcasm, when used as a weapon, is one of the most overlooked signs of hidden hostility. These are not harmless jokes. They are precision attacks disguised as playfulness, aimed directly at your insecurities. The words may sound light, but the impact is heavy. You laugh along, but deep down, your soul feels a sting it cannot ignore. The phrase, "it was just a joke," becomes a recurring shield they hide behind. Every time you wince or shrink, they pull it out like a get-out-of-jail-free card. But these jokes always seem to land where you're most vulnerable. Your appearance, your ambitions, your values. It's not random. It's targeted. And when the humor consistently makes you feel small, anxious, or ashamed, that's no accident. It's emotional manipulation. Their sarcasm is a quiet way of controlling the emotional climate, of keeping you off balance without ever getting their hands dirty. Carl Jung taught us about the shadow, the unconscious parts of ourselves we deny and project onto others. Sarcastic jabs often reveal more about the one delivering them than the one receiving them. Behind every joke that cuts too deep lies suppressed envy, insecurity, or resentment. Instead of confronting those emotions within themselves, these individuals direct them at you. And because it's wrapped in humor, You're made to feel guilty for noticing, as if your discomfort is the real problem. But your intuition doesn't lie. When your gut tightens, when your spirit dims in someone's presence, pay attention. The person who constantly teases you might not be teasing at all. They might be bleeding their shadow into your light. And no matter how polished their smile or casual their tone, the damage adds up. Over time, you begin to shrink, not just around them, but within yourself. True connection uplifts. It doesn't hide daggers and laughter. If someone's humor consistently makes you feel diminished, that's a red flag one that shouldn't be brushed off with. They didn't mean it. Because the truth is, they did. Maybe not consciously, but their shadow did. And your body felt it before your mind could explain it. Have you ever laughed along with someone, only to walk away feeling drained or insulted? If this resonates with you, drop a comment below, saying, "I've felt this energy," so others know they're not alone, and so we can keep diving deeper into the hidden truths that protect our peace. Chapter 2. Subtle Sabotage. They don't stab you in the back. They slice your spirit with tiny paper cuts you're not supposed to notice. Again and again, they forget your big moments. They miss your graduation, your birthday, your product launch. When you need encouragement, they go silent. When you ask for advice, they offer suggestions that subtly nudge you in the wrong direction, disguised as help but designed to derail. This isn't random. It's not bad luck or forgetfulness. It's calculated, quiet sabotage. And the worst part? They smile through it all, making it harder for you to trust your own intuition. What makes it so hard to detect is the way they dress their neglect in politeness. They say things like, "I totally meant to be there," or "I just had something come up," again and again. But when it's their moment, they expect your full attention. They hold you accountable for their needs, but offer none of that accountability in return. At first, you make excuses for them. Maybe they're overwhelmed. Maybe they didn't know how important it was. But over time, a pattern emerges. And that pattern whispers a truth your soul already knows. They don't truly support you. They may not say it aloud, but their actions scream it. And their silence when you succeed? That silence is the loudest sound in the room. People like this erode your confidence, not with open criticism, but with invisible weight. When you talk about your dreams, they tilt their head and give you lukewarm encouragement, just enough to seem supportive, not enough to uplift. They might say, "Are you sure you're ready for that?" Or, "That's a big risk, don't you think?" And when things go well, they minimize your wins. Anyone could have done that. You just got lucky. It's death by 1,000 dismissals. And somehow, you end up doubting yourself, questioning your worth, your ideas, your timing, when the real sabotage wasn't internal, but environmental. This behavior often stems from the shadow self that Carl Jung spoke about, a part of the human psyche that hides the things people don't want to admit, like jealousy, competition, and resentment. Rather than deal with those uncomfortable feelings directly, some people project them sideways, through sabotage cloaked as concern. They don't want to confront their envy, so instead, they undercut you slowly, hoping you'll fail quietly, so they won't have to feel left behind. This isn't always conscious, but it is dangerous. Because while you're busy being honest and open, they're busy plotting in silence, usually under the guise of friendship. In modern life, this shows up in close relationships more than we care to admit. A coworker who never shares credit, a sibling who always changes the subject when you talk about something you're proud of, a best friend who only calls when they need something. They don't argue. They don't insult you. They just fail you little by little until you shrink, until you stop asking, until you stop shining so bright just to keep the peace. But real love doesn't ask you to dim your light. Real support doesn't vanish when you rise. These people are masters of disguise. And if you keep giving them the benefit of the doubt, you'll find yourself exhausted, insecure, and emotionally confused. That's the goal of quiet sabotage, to make you doubt yourself so much that you never notice it was them all along. That's why recognizing this pattern is crucial to your healing. Not everyone who smiles at you loves you. Not everyone who claps is happy for you. And not everyone who says, "I'm proud of you," means it in their heart. If someone in your life consistently makes you feel unsupported, confused, or deflated after interacting with them, don't ignore it. That's not just a feeling. That's your spirit picking up on something your eyes can't see. Don't wait for proof. Their energy is the evidence. Leave a comment below if this resonates with you, and write, "I choose aligned, loving connections," to affirm your commitment to the relationships that nourish your soul. Chapter 3. Silent competition. Every time you succeed, there's a flicker in their eyes, a pause in their cheer, a shift in their tone. They smile, but it feels like a mask. Because deep down, your success isn't something they celebrate. It's something they measure themselves against. You're not just growing. You're unknowingly challenging their self-worth. What you see as a win, they secretly take as a loss. And instead of cheering you on, they mentally prepare their counterstrike. A story about their own accomplishment, a subtle one-up, a reminder that you're not ahead they are, or at least they want to be. This is not friendship. This is a silent competition. It's not loud. It doesn't scream jealousy. It whispers it in every reaction that feels slightly off. You talk about something you're proud of, and suddenly they change the subject. You shine, and they dim the room just enough so no one notices. You feel drained, not because of your work, but because you're surrounded by someone who turns every moment into a scoreboard. They don't clap when you win. They calculate. They don't walk beside you. They race you in secret. And the finish line keeps moving because they're not in it for joy. They're in it for ego. You start questioning yourself. You wonder if maybe you're just too sensitive. But Carl Jung reminded us, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. Their irritation with your growth reveals their refusal to grow. Their envy is not really about you. It's about the parts of themselves they've left abandoned. When your confidence enters the room, it confronts their insecurity. When your ambition speaks, it exposes their complacency. And that's why they compete. Because they don't know how to confront their own stillness. Instead of healing, they project. Instead of evolving, they compare. You were never trying to compete. You were just trying to become. But now, you're caught in an invisible war with someone who pretends to love you, but secretly resents your rise. And here's the dangerous part. You may begin shrinking yourself to keep the peace. You may water yourself down to be digestible to people who never intended to grow beside you. You may silence your joy so they don't feel small. But that's not your job. Your light is not a threat. It's a mirror. What they see in you reflects what they refuse to face in themselves. This is the energy that drains you without a word, the energy that hides behind compliments and claps, but always carries the undercurrent of envy. When hate wears the costume of friendship, it becomes a slow poison. It doesn't attack you, it erodes you. And if you're not aware, you'll normalize that erosion. You'll keep toxic people close because they never did anything wrong. But energy doesn't lie, and silence can scream louder than words. Pay attention. True friends don't compete, they inspire. They don't flinch at your glow, they amplify it. They don't feel threatened by your transformation. They celebrate it because they too are evolving. If your presence makes someone insecure, it's not your duty to dim. It's their responsibility to heal. Did you find this helpful? If so, please comment "awesome" below so we can continue to explore this kind of deep spiritual wisdom together. Chapter 4: Superficial Kindness. Their compliments sound sweet, but something in your gut twists. You hear, "I'm proud of you," or "You're amazing," yet there's a hollow echo behind the words. The smile on their face doesn't reach their eyes. You notice it, even if you try to brush it off. It's that quiet voice inside whispering, "They don't really mean it." This is not paranoia, it's intuition. Carl Jung believed that what we fail to bring into awareness will rule our lives in silence. That includes the hidden resentment behind polite smiles. True friends don't just say kind things. They radiate warmth when they say them. Real support is felt in the heart. Superficial kindness, on the other hand, feels like being hugged by someone who's emotionally checked out. You sense it when their energy doesn't match their words. The conversation feels scripted. They use the right phrases: "I support you," "You deserve it," "Good job." But their presence is missing. There's no real eye contact, no empathy in their voice. Everything about their interaction feels robotic, as if they're acting from obligation rather than care. According to Jung, this is the shadow self in action: envy, frustration, and competition dressed up in politeness. And though they may never openly say a hurtful thing, their energy quietly drains you. You leave conversations with them feeling confused, like something just doesn't add up. You might begin to notice they only show up when it benefits them. They celebrate your success publicly, but privately, they go silent. When you're struggling, they offer vague support, but they're quick to disappear when you need real emotional presence. A person who secretly resents you won't attack you. They'll avoid you, or worse, stay close enough to observe you, but far enough to never uplift you. They'll clap with the crowd, but you'll feel the pause in their applause. You'll sense the hesitation behind their congratulations. This kind of subtle sabotage is hard to explain, but your spirit feels the disconnect even if your mind can't find the proof. Their politeness starts to feel like a performance. Every kind word seems rehearsed. Every compliment feels like a transaction. You might start to wonder if you're imagining things, especially because nothing overt has happened, no betrayal, no harsh words. But that's the trick. The most dangerous hatred is not the loud kind, it's the quiet one, masked by etiquette. And if you ignore it long enough, it begins to erode your energy, self-trust, and emotional clarity. Because the truth is, love never needs a script, it flows. But resentment rehearses every word to appear clean on the surface. When someone's kindness lacks soul, when their support feels more like strategy than sincerity, it's not just awkward, it's toxic. And the longer you stay in their energy, the more your own spirit starts to dim. Jung reminds us that we must bring the shadow to light, or else it controls us from the dark. So when you feel that off vibe from someone who's nice, pay attention. You're not being overly sensitive. You're reading energy accurately. Energy doesn't lie. Words do. If you've ever felt the chill behind a warm smile, you're not alone. Subscribe for more insights on decoding fake kindness and building truly authentic connections. Chapter 5. Controlling through care. Their words sound like wisdom, but the result is always the same. Your dreams get smaller. You speak your truth. They nod with concern, and suddenly you're doubting yourself. They say it's for your own good, but somehow you always end up discouraged, hesitant, or quietly giving up on what lights you up inside. This isn't love, it's control, wearing the mask of protection. What they call advice is often their attempt to keep you in a place that feels safe for them, not for you. Carl Jung once said that people who can't manage their own inner chaos often try to control others to create the illusion of safety. Their inner disorder leaks outward, not through rage or obvious aggression, but through soft-spoken warnings, logical arguments, and carefully disguised fear. And because they sound calm and composed, you believe them. You internalize their fear as your own. You shrink, thinking it's maturity. You settle, thinking it's wisdom. But pay close attention. Their concern always flows in one direction, away from your expansion. They never say, "How can I help you grow into that?" They say, "Are you sure? That's risky. What if you fail?" They push you toward comfort, but never freedom. Behind every piece of their guidance is a hidden message. Don't change. Because if you change, you'll leave the version of yourself they know how to control. This kind of dynamic plays out everywhere in families, friendships, and romantic relationships. You tell your mother you want to leave your job and pursue your calling, and she says, "Just be grateful you have stability." You tell your partner you want to write a book, and they say, "You don't have time for that." You mention moving to another city, and your best friend looks away and says, "But everything you need is right here." And each time, you're left wondering if your desires are selfish, immature, or unrealistic. It's not just discouragement, it's emotional scripting. You start to believe that dreaming big is dangerous, that wanting more is a betrayal, that growing means losing love. And that's the real trap. When fear dresses up as care, you confuse control for closeness. Their shadow, the part of them that feels unsafe, insecure, and unworthy, reaches out and quietly steers your life. Not because they hate you, but because they haven't made peace with their own chaos. But you don't owe anyone your smallness. Your vision doesn't need their permission. And love, real love, will never stand in the way of your evolution. It won't cage you to feel secure. It won't shrink you to avoid abandonment. It will walk beside you, even if the path makes them uncomfortable. Because true care is not about control. It's about support, trust, and believing in your light, even when it outshines their shadow. If this message opened your eyes today, leave a comment of truth. I trust my path. I release control and walk boldly in my purpose. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell for more powerful insights every week. Chapter 6. Gossip and criticism behind your back. They won't confront you directly. Instead, they chip away at your spirit with whispers. Their words creep through social spaces like smoke, twisting your intentions, reshaping your character, and planting suspicion in the minds of others. Suddenly, You're left wondering why the energy in the room shifts when you enter. Why do people hesitate before responding? Why do friends begin to feel distant? This isn't paranoia. It's a reaction to the silent sabotage of someone who pretends to support you, all while crafting a version of you that fits their insecurities. Carl Jung believed the shadow self holds all the parts of us we reject. And when someone refuses to face that darkness, it leaks out in manipulation and gossip. They don't just talk. They inject venom subtly, so it's not easily traced back to them. They say just enough to raise eyebrows, just enough to make others doubt you. Their smiles remain polite, but their words travel in secret, draining your relationships and your peace of mind. And the reason they do this? It's not your success, your kindness, or even your mistakes. It's the way your light exposes their unresolved wounds. These individuals avoid open conflict because confrontation would require honesty, and honesty would demand vulnerability. Instead, they manipulate perception. They isolate you not by removing you, but by poisoning how others see you. It's slow, it's silent, and it works if you don't wake up to it. You start to second-guess your own intuition. You tone yourself down. You shrink to make the atmosphere lighter. But the truth is, what they say about you behind your back is a mirror of what they feel about themselves. Their criticism reveals their own shame. Their gossip reveals their jealousy. And here's the twist. They often frame their criticism as concern. "I'm just worried about her," they'll say, while tearing apart your choices. "I just think he's changing," they'll whisper, while resenting your growth. This kind of manipulation is dangerous because it sounds like care. But real care doesn't operate in the shadows. Real friends speak directly, protect your name, and tell you hard truths to your face, not to a crowd behind your back. If someone close to you is spreading rumors, twisting your words, or turning others against you without cause, they don't just dislike you, they resent you, maybe even hate you. And the more you rise, the more their shadow panics. You owe it to yourself to recognize these signs, not to seek revenge, but to protect your peace. Because being around someone who secretly hates you is like drinking poisoned water. It looks clear, but it's killing something inside you every day. Have you ever felt the sting of being misunderstood because of whispers you never heard but felt? If this message speaks to your heart, share your experience in the comments so others know they're not alone. And if you've ever stayed silent while someone twisted your truth, comment, "I choose truth," and let's stand strong together. Chapter 7. Know joy in your success. They smiled when you were broken. They clapped when you were trying. But now that you're actually succeeding, they're nowhere to be found. That silence isn't a coincidence, it's a message. When someone close to you quietly withdraws as you rise, it's often because your growth is confronting something they haven't dealt with inside themselves. Carl Jung called it the shadow of the hidden parts of the psyche we disown, but end up projecting onto others. And your light has now become a threat to their darkness. They didn't mind you climbing when they thought you'd never make it. In fact, they were comfortable as long as you were beneath them or struggling beside them. But now, your success exposes their stagnation. Your happiness reminds them of their discontent. You haven't done anything wrong, but in their eyes, you've become too much, too bold, too blessed, too free. And instead of cheering, they retreat. They make excuses. They distance themselves. Not because you've changed, but because you've outgrown the version of you that made them feel safe. It often starts subtly, the congratulations become quieter. The responses to your joy feel forced or rehearsed. When you share your wins, they switch the subject. When you celebrate, they downplay. It's not just what they say, it's what they don't say. Silence in moments of your joy speaks louder than applause during your pain. Because when someone's heart is secretly competing with you, your success doesn't inspire them, it wounds them. And yet, they were always available when you were hurting. When life hit you hard, they had time. When you doubted yourself, they were there with words. But now that you believe in yourself, now that you're shining, they disappear. Because your light reveals their inner chaos. Carl Jung believed that people who can't handle their own inner turmoil often try to suppress or distance themselves from the people who remind them of what they could be. Your success becomes a mirror they don't want to look into. True friends grow with you. They evolve alongside you. They're not intimidated by your wings. They help you fly. But envious ones, they won't attack you. They'll just fade. They'll use phrases like, "I'm just busy," or "You've changed," to mask what they really feel, left behind. Their emotional withdrawal isn't about boundaries, it's about bruised egos. Your joy bruises their pride, and instead of doing the work to heal, they choose the easier route: silence, distance, and quiet resentment. But your progress is not an offense. Your happiness is not a betrayal. And their discomfort is not your burden to carry. You don't have to shrink just to keep someone else comfortable in your light. You weren't meant to stay small so others could feel big. If they can't clap when you win, they were never truly on your team. Growth will always reveal who was clapping from the heart and who was clapping for control. Their silence is their confession. Their distance is their decision. And your continued rise is your truth. Keep climbing. Keep glowing. Let your joy be loud, even if it makes others quiet. Because the ones meant for you will never fear your light. They'll reflect it. Comment below. I celebrate my growth unapologetically if you're done shrinking to make others comfortable. Let's rise boldly and in truth together. Chapter 8. Body language never lies. Their words may say, "I'm happy for you," but their body speaks a different truth. The smile they flash is tight. Their eyes avoid yours. The energy in the room shifts subtly, but unmistakably. You feel it. It's not what they said. It's how they said it, how they stood, how they looked away just a second too long. Carl Jung believed that the unconscious reveals itself when the conscious tries to hide. And that's exactly what happens when hidden resentment slips through the cracks of polite conversation. You don't need a psychology degree to pick up on these signals. Your intuition already knows. The gut twist you feel isn't random. The unease in your chest isn't paranoia. It's your body translating microsignals. Stiff posture, crossed arms, delayed responses, shallow compliments. These aren't accidental. They are the unconscious body's confession. The body can't lie, even when the mouth does. And yet, so often, we second-guess ourselves. We tell ourselves they're just tired, distracted, or going through something. But patterns reveal truth. When someone consistently reacts to your wins with tension or withdrawal, you're not imagining it. Their resentment may be silent, but it's not invisible. It shows in the way they change the subject when you share good news. It reveals itself in the forced smile when others praise you. It leaks out in their lack of enthusiasm, the emotional vacancy behind the congratulations. Real friends don't compete with your light. They rise with it. When you grow, they feel inspired, not threatened. When you shine, they don't squint, they celebrate. That emotional presence, that shared joy, is the mark of authentic connection. On the other hand, someone who secretly harbors resentment will always find ways to dim the moment, not by shouting, not by arguing, but by slowly pulling back their energy, their support, their warmth. This silent withdrawal becomes more painful over time, because it's not just what they do, it's what they withhold. They don't clap when you rise. They don't ask how you feel. They don't celebrate your joy with full presence. Instead, they nod while secretly stepping away inside. And that distance is not physical. It's emotional. It's spiritual. It's the kind of quiet sabotage that leaves you questioning your worth, your path, and even your perception. So watch the body. Feel the energy. Trust the space between the words, because the body never lies. The micro-expressions, the energy pull, the hesitations reveal everything the mouth refuses to admit. When someone says, "I'm proud of you," but looks like they're in pain, listen to the look, not the sentence. When they say, "That's great news," but don't ask another question, hear the silence louder than the phrase. Your body knows, your intuition remembers, and your spirit feels every shift. The deeper lesson is this: you are not here to shrink for someone else's comfort. You're not meant to dull your light to protect someone else's shadow. So pay attention to what's unsaid, because that's where the truth lives. To affirm your trust in your inner wisdom, declare it now. Comment below, "I trust what I feel," to honor your intuition and inspire others to read beyond words and recognize the truth that body language reveals. Thank you for watching this eye-opening journey into the hidden layers of human emotion and energy. If any of these signs resonated with you, remember, trust your intuition, protect your peace, and never apologize for sensing what others try to hide. You deserve relationships built on authenticity, not secret resentment. If you found value in this message, please like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights like this. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss an episode that could shift your perspective and protect your energy. Until next time, stay wise, stay empowered. How to know how many lives you have lived. 9 signs of reincarnation. The soul never thinks without a picture. Aristotle. Have you ever met someone for the first time and felt like you've known them forever? Or picked up a new skill as if you'd mastered it long ago? These are more than coincidences. They could be echoes from a life you've lived before. In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we'll explore 9 powerful signs that may reveal how many lives your soul has experienced. But more importantly, this isn't just about curiosity. It's about using that knowledge to deepen your self-awareness and evolve in the present moment. As you watch, ask yourself, what memories might my soul be carrying? Share your thoughts in the comments, and let's grow together on this sacred journey. 1. Intense and frequent déjà vu. Déjà vu is often misunderstood as nothing more than a mental hiccup, a momentary brain glitch. But for those on a spiritual path, its intensity suggests something far more profound. When these moments strike, when you feel like you've been in a place you've never visited, or lived a moment that technically hasn't happened, they can stir something deep within you. It's not just a flicker of recognition. It's a soul-level knowing. You don't just remember with your mind. You remember with your entire being. The sensation can feel like walking into a memory that isn't yours in this lifetime, yet feels unmistakably real. Your heart rate shifts, your breath pauses, and there's a subtle inner pull as if something ancient within you is waking up. These are not ordinary sensations. These are soul memories. You might be standing in a crowd and suddenly feel a wave of familiarity, not with the people, but with the feeling of being there, as if your soul has returned to a scene it once knew. Unlike dreams that fade or thoughts that pass, this kind of déjà vu often carries emotional weight. It can feel comforting or unsettling, beautiful or eerie. But what marks it most is its vividness. The stronger the emotion and detail you feel, the more likely you're tapping into a memory from a previous incarnation. And that's where the understanding of reincarnation becomes essential. These aren't accidents of the mind. They are evidence that your consciousness has lived beyond this single life, and that it is still connected to experiences far older than your current name or form. Some may experience this through people meeting someone for the first time, but instantly feeling like you've known them forever. There's no explanation for the comfort, the bond, the magnetism. Words aren't necessary because the energy speaks louder. It's not about love at first sight. It's about recognition at first soul glance. In other cases, it could be a language, a smell, or even a historical event that brings tears to your eyes, even if you've never read about it before. These unexplained emotional responses are not coincidences. They are remnants of past lives trying to break through the veil of forgetfulness. Reincarnation teaches us that time is not linear, and that the soul gathers wisdom and imprints across many lifetimes. So when déjà vu enters your awareness, it may be the soul's way of handing you a thread, one that connects you to the fabric of who you have always been. It's not fantasy, it's spiritual physics. Energy never dies, it only transforms. Your experiences are recorded in your soul's blueprint, and déjà vu is when one of those old blueprints temporarily overlays the present moment. If you listen closely, these flashes are not just strange moments to be dismissed. They are invitations, clues, reminders. In a world that tells you to define yourself by your current status, role, or achievements, déjà vu whispers something timeless. You are not just this body. You are not just this name. You have lived before, and your soul remembers. If you've ever felt a wave of intense déjà vu that tugs at your soul, not just your mind, you're not alone. Comment, I believe it's a soul memory if this resonates with you. Or, I think it's just the brain if you see it differently. Let's open the conversation. 2. Instant connections with people or places. Some connections defy logic. You meet someone for the very first time, and yet your heart skips the introductions it just knows. There's no awkwardness, no small talk, just a strange, sacred ease, as if your souls have been waiting to meet again. This kind of instant bond isn't about physical attraction or shared interests. It's something deeper, something older. These are soul reunions, echoes from another lifetime where your spirits already danced, fought, or loved. When you meet again in this life, time bends. The connection feels effortless and unexplainably powerful, like continuing a story that never really ended. This same phenomenon doesn't just happen with people, it happens with places too. You walk into a town, step onto a stone path, or sit beside a body of water, and a flood of peace washes over you. You feel strangely at home, like you've walked those streets or heard those winds before. That feeling isn't fantasy, it's your soul remembering. It's your energy recognizing a vibration it once merged with, long before this body, this name, or this lifetime. Elena, a 32-year-old woman from Chicago, had never been outside the United States. But when she visited an old temple in Kyoto, Japan, she was overwhelmed by emotion. She couldn't understand the language or history, but her body reacted and she cried without knowing why. That night, she dreamed in vivid detail of a life she never lived. Rituals, names, even grief. Her conscious mind didn't have the answers, but her soul did. These moments are not fiction. They are spiritual whispers of who we once were. You might find that, with certain people, you fall into rhythm, as if no time has passed. You speak the same thoughts. You sense each other's moods. You know what they'll say before they say it. These aren't coincidences. They are signs of shared timelines, past lives overlapping into the now. And when it happens, you don't need years to build trust. The safety, the depth that's already there, carved into your spiritual memory. Yet not all instant connections are pleasant. Some feel magnetic, but are full of conflict, confusion, or pain. These are soul contracts, relationships meant to resolve unfinished lessons from lifetimes before. You may be drawn to them, not because they are right, but because they are familiar. And that familiarity is meant to wake you up, challenge you, heal you, or free you. Your soul remembers more than your mind can comprehend. It recognizes energy. It knows the hands that once held it. It remembers the earth that once carried its weight. So when you feel something unexplainable, don't dismiss it. These are not random emotional spikes. They are spiritual signals, invitations to remember, to reconnect with the layers of yourself that transcend time. Everything you are drawn to in this life is a clue to the many paths you've walked before. Pay attention to what stirs your spirit. The people, the places, the feelings that pull you without reason. They are the footprints of your reincarnated journey, guiding you toward deeper truth, unfinished healing, and spiritual alignment. Have you ever felt instantly connected to someone or someplace? Comment below. My soul remembers if you've experienced these timeless reunions. 3. Natural wisdom or talents. Some children don't just play, they compose. Some don't just doodle, they create detailed portraits with no guidance. And some speak not like kids, but like philosophers trapped in tiny bodies. These abilities don't arise out of nowhere. They are not simply coincidences, nor are they always the result of exceptional parenting or early exposure. They are clues. Clues that the soul has walked this earth before. Clues that somewhere in the unseen fabric of time, your spirit once lived, learned, and mastered a craft, and now it's remembering. This phenomenon is often described as natural wisdom or innate talent, but in truth, it may be something much deeper, a memory echoing through lifetimes. When you find yourself unusually good at something you've never studied, it's worth asking, where did this come from? That ease, that fluency, that instinct It might be the result of accumulated experience across many lives. Reincarnation doesn't always show itself in dramatic past life flashbacks. Sometimes, it's far more subtle. It slips through in the way your hands move across piano keys like they've done it 1,000 times before, or the way you understand people without needing words. The soul, unlike the mind, doesn't forget. It stores impressions, lessons, gifts, even traumas. And sometimes, when the conditions are right, these soul memories surface as seemingly unexplainable abilities. That's why a young girl may feel instantly drawn to healing others, or a boy instinctively knows how to lead and protect. It's not about what they've learned here, but what they've carried over. Talent, in this case, becomes spiritual evidence, a quiet testimony of the journeys your soul has already taken. Even adults experience this. You meet a new skill, and yet it feels old. You start a craft and feel like you've returned home. That sense of, "I've done this before," is not just a feeling, it may be real. Your soul, infinite in its nature, may be guiding you back to your purpose by revealing past life strengths in your present life. The universe does not waste experience. What you built, refined, and mastered in one life continues as spiritual residue in the next. To ignore these signs is to ignore the compass of your own evolution. When a gift flows through you effortlessly, it's often a reminder that your journey is bigger than one lifetime. You were not born empty. You were born ancient. And sometimes, your greatest wisdom isn't what you've learned, it's what you've remembered. Are you one of those souls born with ancient wisdom or talents beyond your years? If this resonates with you, comment below. I remember my gift to honor the wisdom your soul still carries. 4. Spontaneous memories or vivid dreams. Spontaneous memories or vivid dreams often arrive without warning, fleeting moments in sleep, or deep stillness that feel more like remembering than imagining. You see yourself in a different body, in an unfamiliar place, living a life that isn't yours yet somehow. It feels deeply personal. These dreams aren't random mental projections. They carry emotional weight, rich textures, and the kind of clarity that normal dreams don't possess. Often, they unfold in places you've never physically visited, but you recognize every detail. You feel the weather, the texture of the walls, the emotional dynamics of people who don't exist in your current life. These are soul impressions, fragments of memory that transcend this incarnation. Sometimes these memories don't even wait for sleep. They emerge during waking hours through déjà vu or sudden emotional surges triggered by ordinary experiences. A scent, a sound, a place can ignite a memory you've never lived but feel deeply. Maybe you pass an old cathedral in a city you've never visited, and your eyes well up with emotion you can't explain. Or perhaps you feel an irrational fear of water, fire, or heights, rooted in an event that never happened in this lifetime. These aren't coincidences. They are energetic residues from previous lives, proof that the soul carries memory, even when the mind does not. Many people experience recurring dreams involving specific locations or individuals they've never known in this lifetime. These dreams often come with a heavy emotional charge, longing, grief, deep connection, or even a sense of responsibility. You may find yourself dreaming repeatedly of fleeing danger, speaking in a foreign tongue, or finding sanctuary in ancient temples. Each dream becomes a thread in a larger tapestry your soul is weaving, gently revealing chapters of its long journey through time. Children are often the clearest conduits for these past life memories. Before the conditioning of logic and social norms sets in, they speak freely about other parents, distant lands, and events far beyond their current age or knowledge. Some may describe their death in a previous life with astonishing detail, or identify places and people they've never seen. These spontaneous recollections are the soul's raw voice, honest, unfiltered, and powerful. As we grow older, those memories are pushed beneath layers of rationality, but they don't disappear. They simply wait for the right moment to re-emerge. During spiritual awakening, the veil begins to thin. You start noticing connections between your dreams, emotional patterns, and the larger questions about your existence. Your vibration rises, and with it, your sensitivity to subtle energies. This is when spontaneous memories intensify, becoming invitations to explore your spirituality and reconnect with your true essence. The soul starts revealing its ancient wounds and victories, asking for integration, healing, and remembrance. These glimpses are not just personal. They are spiritual clues that you have lived before, loved before, and possibly left something unfinished that now calls for your attention. In the language of energy, nothing is ever lost. Everything is stored, waiting to be retrieved. The law of attraction plays a quiet but powerful role in this. As you evolve, you begin to attract exactly what you need to remember. These memories don't return randomly. They surface when you're spiritually ready. That's when manifestation becomes deeper than visualizing material things. It becomes a process of summoning your soul's truth. The dream isn't just a dream. It's a signal. It's your soul reminding you of what it still carries, what it still seeks, and what it has always known. If you've ever felt a dream or memory that seemed more real than this life, it may be your soul remembering. If you believe this message is meant for you, repeat after me. These memories are sacred. I receive them with trust, knowing they are guiding me. 5. Fears or phobias without cause. Unexplained fears, whether it's the terror of deep water, the panic on high places, or the dread of confined spaces, often go far beyond logic. These phobias can feel like irrational overreactions, especially when nothing in your present life explains them. But the truth is, some fears may be echoes of a trauma your soul has carried from another lifetime. While your conscious mind doesn't recall the experience, your body still remembers. The trembling hands, the racing heart, the overwhelming urge to escape it all points to a deeper memory that lives beneath the surface of awareness. Take the example of a woman who's never experienced a drowning incident, yet avoids lakes and pools with intense fear. Or the man who's never been trapped, yet panics in elevators or small rooms. These reactions don't stem from the present. They often reflect unresolved energies imprinted on the soul from the past. According to spiritual wisdom, your soul holds onto certain imprints from one life to the next, especially those involving sudden trauma, fear, or loss. And these imprints can manifest as instinctive, seemingly irrational fears that you just can't shake. Your body's reactions are not failures. They are signals. When your nervous system goes into overdrive without cause, it may be because your soul remembers a danger it once faced. These aren't just feelings to suppress or medicate away. They are messages deeply encoded into your energetic being, asking to be heard, honored, and healed. And through healing, these fears can become doorways to deeper self-knowledge and soul integration. Many people who explore past life regression discover startling connections between their present phobias and their previous lifetimes. A fear of heights might trace back to a fall in a previous incarnation. A fear of being buried alive might be linked to a lifetime that ended in war or disaster. Even modern therapy is beginning to acknowledge the powerful effect of subconscious memory, and spiritual healing expands this awareness into the timeless journey of the soul. These fears are not random, nor are they punishments. They are invitations. They invite you to explore your past, not with fear, but with curiosity. To see your phobias not as obstacles, but as remnants of a story that's still unfolding. You're not broken. You're remembering. You're reconnecting with pieces of yourself long hidden beneath the veil of time. By working through these deep emotional imprints, through practices like meditation, conscious breathing, journaling, or energy work, you begin to reclaim lost parts of your power. You don't have to know exactly what happened in the past to release it. What matters is your willingness to feel, to listen, and to shift the energy that still lingers. Every unexplained fear is a trail of breadcrumbs leading you home. Not to your house or your name, but to your soul. And with each layer you peel back, you're reminded that your life is not the first page in your story. It's just the latest chapter. If you've ever felt a fear that makes no logical sense, you're not alone, and your soul might remember what your mind has forgotten. If this message resonates with you, don't hesitate to like, subscribe, and share your experience in the comments below. Let's heal and release it together. 6. Fascination with specific cultures or time periods. There are moments in life when you stumble upon a piece of history, a photograph, a melody, or even a scent, and suddenly you're overcome with a strange emotion that has no explanation. It's not just curiosity. It's as if something ancient within you has been awakened. You may find yourself inexplicably drawn to a specific culture or time period, as if it's a part of your story, even though you've never lived it in this life. This deep emotional attachment to an era, be it ancient Egypt, the Victorian Age, or tribal Africa, feels almost sacred. It touches something so real and familiar inside you that logic falls short. That resonance isn't accidental. It's the echo of memory, one that doesn't belong to your body, but to your soul. Many people experience this recognition without understanding it. It might be sparked by watching a documentary, walking through an old temple, or hearing a traditional instrument you've never heard before. Suddenly, you're moved to tears. Something within you knows the sound, the place, the story. This is what we call soul recognition, a gentle but undeniable reminder that you may have lived during those times. Your emotional reaction is not imagined, it's remembered. Science may not yet have language for it, but many spiritual paths understand that your consciousness is layered. While your current identity may be limited to this lifetime, your soul carries impressions from previous incarnations. These impressions can surface as irrational longings, unexplained preferences, or powerful emotional responses. They rise like whispers from another time, guiding you back to who you've always been beneath the surface of your present self. The deeper truth is that your soul doesn't forget. Even if your mind has no recollection, your energetic field holds everything your loves, your losses, your roles, your rituals. That's why people sometimes discover they have a deep passion for ancient scripts, foreign languages, or specific symbols without ever studying them. There's a familiarity there that defies logic. It's not learning, it's remembering. You weren't imagining it when you felt chills walking into that ancient cathedral. You weren't overreacting when your heart broke while reading a tragedy from a distant empire. And you certainly weren't fantasizing when you knew the layout of a historical city you'd never visited. The soul speaks in emotion, in symbols, in subtle awakenings that can't be dismissed by reason alone. This connection to past cultures can also carry a sense of mission. It's as if your soul has returned to continue something that was unfinished. That's why some people feel a calling to preserve certain traditions, fight for forgotten truths, or honor the wisdom of ancient civilizations. They're not just students of history, they're participants in it. So when you feel that pull toward a time, a place, a people, don't ignore it. It may very well be your soul leading you to the fragments of your truth scattered across lifetimes. And through that recognition, you may find pieces of your purpose in this one. If you've ever felt drawn to a place or time you've never lived in, your soul may be remembering. If you believe and are ready to receive it, repeat after me. This connection is not random. My soul remembers. I trust the journey unfolding for me. 7. Feeling like an old soul. You always felt different, not in a way that made you feel superior, but in a way that made you feel ancient, as though you carried stories in your bones, echoes in your heart, and a kind of wisdom in your silence. While others around you chased the next trend, laughed over trivial things, or stayed consumed by surface-level drama, you watched. Not because you were cold, but because you simply didn't resonate with the noise. From a young age, you preferred solitude over popularity, reflection over distraction, and meaning over entertainment. You were not detached, you were deep. And that depth is not always born in this lifetime. Old souls don't just grow wise, they return wise. If you've always gravitated toward introspection, craved deep conversations that feel like soul excavations, and found comfort in the unseen and the unspoken, it's likely your soul remembers. You may have sat quietly in the company of many, feeling as if no one could quite see the real you, the version of you that transcends age, time, and identity. That's not alienation. That's reincarnation's whisper. It's your soul nudging you gently, reminding you that you've lived before, that your knowing wasn't taught, but remembered. This longing for meaning often shows up in your spiritual curiosity, not just as interest, but as recognition. When you hear truths about energy, consciousness, the law of attraction, or manifestation, you don't just believe, you resonate. These aren't ideas you're trying to accept. They're truths you feel like you already knew. Your soul isn't learning, it's waking up. You may find yourself drawn to the mysteries of life, why we're here, how energy shapes reality, or what exists beyond death. That pull isn't random. It's a result of lifetimes spent exploring, seeking, and evolving. You've likely felt older than your peers in more ways than one emotionally, spiritually, and even intellectually. While others sought applause, you sought alignment. While others performed for approval, you pursued a purpose. Your detachment from shallow conversations doesn't come from arrogance, but from the soul's exhaustion with repetition. You've lived through it all before the drama, the noise, the illusion. Now, you crave truth. And yet, in your depth, you've also known loneliness, because not everyone can walk with you into the places you're willing to go. Not everyone is ready to remember what your soul already knows. You've had to sit with silence and let it speak, let it teach, But even in isolation, you've always known. Your difference was never a curse. It was a sign, a spiritual signature, proof of many lives, many lessons, and many returns. To feel like an old soul is not a phase or personality trait. It's a spiritual inheritance, a sign that you've walked through lifetimes gathering wisdom, that you've been here before, and that you came back with a mission. The world may not always understand you, but deep inside, you know exactly who you are. And that knowing that unshakable truth is the loudest echo of your soul's eternal journey. If you've ever felt like an old soul navigating a world that doesn't quite match your depth, let us know you're still with us and comment, "I feel the wisdom within," below. Your words help us connect more deeply with souls like yours. 8. Recurring life patterns or lessons. Some emotional patterns feel strangely familiar, like déjà vu for the soul. You may find yourself falling into the same relationship dynamics over and over again, trusting too soon, getting hurt, being abandoned, or sacrificing your own needs to please others. At first, it might seem like coincidence or poor judgment, but when the pattern repeats across years, different people, and even different environments, it's not random. It's reincarnation at work. These aren't just emotional habits. They're soul lessons your spirit has yet to master. They come back not to punish you, but to be healed. Until they are faced, integrated, and resolved, they will return again and again through new faces, new places, and new circumstances. Spiritual wisdom teaches that the soul is a traveler through time, carrying emotional imprints and karmic memories across lifetimes. So when you're stuck in cycles of abandonment, betrayal, self-doubt, or rejection, these aren't just wounds from this lifetime. They may be echoes of unhealed traumas from lifetimes before where you weren't able to speak up, fight back, or walk away. Now, your soul is asking, will you finally learn what you were once too afraid to confront? Will you love yourself enough this time to choose differently? Take, for example, someone who constantly ends up in situations where they're undervalued at work, in friendships, in love. No matter how much effort they give, they feel unseen. This may not just be bad luck. It could be a recurring soul lesson to stop seeking external validation and remember their divine worth. The lesson is never about changing the world outside you. It's about evolving the world within you. And when you shift internally, the external reality must follow. The universe is patient. It doesn't rush your awakening. If you don't learn the lesson in this life, it will be lovingly reintroduced in the next. That's the grace of reincarnation. But the moment you recognize the pattern, truly recognize it, it begins to lose power over you. That's when you start writing a new story, not from fear or habit, but from consciousness and choice. As Carl Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. What you call misfortune may actually be divine repetition, an invitation to evolve. You're not being tested, you're being taught. And every time the lesson returns, it carries the same message. You are ready now. Choose differently. Respond with awareness. Heal the wound at its root. These repeating emotional loops are sacred. They are not obstacles. They are assignments. And when you pass them, you don't just liberate yourself. You free your bloodline, your future lifetimes, and the collective energy field of those around you. You become a living testimony that healing is real, reincarnation is active, and spiritual wisdom is the path home. To affirm your commitment to breaking old cycles and embracing true growth, declare your intention. Comment below, "I choose to learn and heal," to honor your soul's journey and encourage others to face their patterns with awareness and strength. 9. A deep inner search for meaning. There's a kind of emptiness that success can't fill, a restless stirring inside you. Even when everything in your life looks complete. You may have the job, the relationship, the stability, yet something deeper keeps tugging at your spirit. It's not dissatisfaction with life, it's a hunger for meaning. That quiet longing for something greater is one of the most profound signs your soul has walked this earth before. You're not just living this life, you're remembering. This inner yearning doesn't disappear, no matter how many goals you achieve or boxes you check. It follows you into quiet moments, whispers through sleepless nights, and reveals itself when you're surrounded by people, but still feel alone. You've probably tried to silence it by staying busy, by chasing the next achievement, but it always returns, this subtle ache for something more timeless, more sacred. And that's because your soul has known deeper realms. It's carrying the echoes of lifetimes spent seeking, evolving, learning. You might have found yourself drawn to questions that others find too heavy or too strange. What's the purpose of suffering? Why do I feel things so deeply? Why do I feel older than my age? That isn't coincidence. It's spiritual memory trying to rise through your conscious mind. It's your soul nudging you toward your origin. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." That awakening begins with this hunger. It often leads you towards spiritual paths that seem unusual to others. Meditation, energy work, past life regression, or simply spending long hours in silence contemplating the meaning of it all. You might have tried to explain it before, but found words too limiting. That's because what you're experiencing goes beyond language. It's a remembering. A remembering of who you were, who you are, and who you're becoming. You're not just exploring spirituality, you're decoding your soul's blueprint from lifetimes ago. Even in childhood, this longing may have shown up. Maybe you looked at the stars and felt homesick for a place you couldn't name. Maybe you asked questions no one else around you could answer. Maybe you felt different, not better, just older, more tired, more sensitive, more aware. That sensitivity was not weakness. It was wisdom accumulated through many cycles of existence. And now, as you mature, the call grows louder, not for more things, but for more truth. This hunger eventually shifts your focus. The need to impress, to chase trends, to belong in places that drain you, it all begins to dissolve. You start letting go of superficial noise and gravitating toward peace, toward books that stir your soul, people who speak with depth, and environments that feel like sacred space. Your energy becomes more discerning, not out of judgment, but out of instinct. You're returning to yourself. What drives this longing is not confusion, it's clarity. It's your soul remembering what truly matters. You've lived before, and you came back, not to repeat, but to realign. The restlessness you feel is not a flaw, it's an invitation. Your soul is not lost, it's awakening. Remember, the journey of the soul is vast, mysterious, and often far older than we can imagine. The signs of reincarnation aren't just mystical ideas, they're spiritual breadcrumbs leading you back to your eternal truth. So if any of these 9 signs resonated with you, trust that your soul has walked many paths before this one, and each life has brought you closer to who you are meant to become. If you found value in today's message, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who's spiritually curious, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Make sure you turn on the notification bell so you never miss a chance to dive deeper into the wisdom of the soul. Your awakening is only just beginning. Carl Jung, 7 signs your spiritual awakening is over. It's time to use your powers. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. Carl Jung. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where transformation begins from within. In today's video, we're diving deep into Carl Jung's profound insight and exploring 7 powerful signs that your spiritual awakening has ended and your true mission has begun. This is not just about awareness anymore. It's about activation. You've already opened your eyes to the deeper truths. Now it's time to use your spiritual gifts, walk in your purpose, and become the force of light you were meant to be. As you listen, ask yourself, are you living as the awakened soul you've become? Share your experience in the comments where you are on your journey. Let's inspire and learn from each other. Be sure to like, subscribe, and let's begin this next chapter of your spiritual evolution together. 1. You no longer feel separate from the universe. You no longer feel like a visitor in this universe. You remember that you are the universe, aware of itself. The illusion of being separate from life fades like a dream at dawn. Suddenly, everything feels connected. The breath in your lungs, the rhythm of your heart, the movement of the stars. You don't just believe in oneness, you live it. The old struggle to control and resist disappears, replaced by a deep inner trust, a quiet surrender. You no longer chase peace because you are peace. You don't fight the flow of life, you are the flow. The universe doesn't speak to you in riddles anymore. It speaks through you, as you. As Carl Jung once said, who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. And when you've truly awakened, you no longer feel like a drop in the ocean. You are the ocean in a single drop. The false sense of identity that once revolved around ego, status, and stories begins to dissolve. You no longer define yourself by your wounds, your accomplishments, or your roles. There's a stillness in you now, one that doesn't depend on what others think or say. You don't need to prove your worth because you've realized your existence is the proof. You start seeing everyone not as enemies or strangers, but as mirrors, reflections of the same source you come from. Even your pain becomes sacred because you understand it was the fire that melted the illusion. This shift doesn't make you passive. It awakens a different kind of power. Not the loud, forceful kind, but the grounded, magnetic kind. You can walk into chaos and remain calm. You can lose something and still feel whole. You stop asking the universe to give you signs, you become the sign. You're no longer waiting for a purpose, you realize you are the purpose. There's no longer a need to seek or chase. The seeker has vanished, and in its place stands someone who remembers. This is the moment Carl Jung described when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." But now, you don't move through life blindly. You move with awareness, intention, and grace. You begin to love differently too. Your love is no longer transactional or filled with expectations. It flows from a place of fullness, not lack. You love without clinging, give without needing, and speak without fearing how you'll be received. You live not to impress others, but to express the truth. And in that truth, you find freedom. You no longer need the world to tell you who you are. You've touched something eternal inside yourself. And once that happens, there's no going back. You realize that your presence alone shifts rooms, heals wounds, and awakens others, not because you're trying to, but because you're aligned. The line between you and life disappears. You are no longer in the universe. You are the universe, alive in human form. Have you ever felt one with the universe, as if you're not just living in it, but you are it? If so, share your experience in the comments below so others can feel that connection too. If not, comment, "I'm ready." And let's walk this path of unity and divine peace together. 2. Your intuition guides you without doubt. You fully trust your inner knowing now, and that changes everything. You don't need to explain it, prove it, or run it by someone else to make sure you're right. You just know. You no longer depend solely on logic, and you've stopped chasing external validation. Instead, you move with quiet certainty. Your spiritual intuition has sharpened to the point where it leads you with ease, not confusion. Decisions feel aligned before they make sense. You can sense energy, motives, and timing without needing evidence. And you've learned that this soul-based guidance is more reliable than anything the outside world can offer. The internal battle is over. You don't wrestle with doubt the way you used to. Your actions are no longer delayed by analysis, hesitation, or fear of judgment. You simply feel the truth and follow it. That is the mark of someone whose spiritual awakening is no longer a process, but a state of being. Carl Jung said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." You've awakened. You don't live by reaction anymore, you live by alignment. When your soul speaks, you listen. And when it tells you to move, you move. You don't over-explain. You don't justify. You don't shrink. You act from a place of knowing that can't be taught, only remembered. You've stopped doubting your own energy, your own senses, your own path. When something feels wrong, you honor it, even if there's no clear reason. When something feels right, you follow it, even if no one else sees it. Your intuition has become your most trusted voice because it's the only voice that knows your path was never meant to be logical, it was meant to be true. This is the kind of spiritual power that doesn't seek attention but commands respect. You walk differently. You speak with less, but every word carries weight. You let your presence do the work because you no longer need to convince anyone of your direction. You're done waiting for confirmation. You are the confirmation. Your life flows more naturally now because you are no longer fighting against your own current. Everything you need comes easier, not because life is suddenly without struggle, but because your energy is no longer split. You're not searching, you're following. You're not hoping, you're trusting. And that trust is what transforms your spiritual wisdom into spiritual embodiment. This moment isn't about gaining new tools. It's about finally using the ones you already have. The lesson is simple but powerful. Your intuition is your soul speaking clearly. And when you stop ignoring it, you stop betraying yourself. Let it guide you, not occasionally, but always. Let it lead you through the noise, through the confusion, through the pressure to explain yourself. You are not here to be understood. You are here to understand yourself so deeply that nothing external can shake you. That's what happens when your spiritual awakening is over. You don't become louder, you become clearer. Comment below. I trust my inner guidance. If you're ready to follow your intuition without hesitation and let your soul lead the way. 3. Material desires no longer control you. You are no longer ruled by money, status, or the endless chase for recognition, because something in you has awakened something deeper than ambition. You've outgrown the hunger for validation and the illusion that power or wealth can define your worth. True wealth now means something entirely different. It is the peace that comes from knowing who you are, the purpose that fuels your every action, and the alignment of your soul with something greater than yourself. You no longer chase things out of emptiness because you've realized that fulfillment was never outside of you. It was always within. The world hasn't changed, but your lens has. You don't deny abundance. You just don't worship it. You don't reject success. You simply no longer let it define your identity. What drives you now is not greed, but growth. Not image, but essence. Not applause, but alignment. You've shifted from grasping to receiving, from controlling to allowing, and this shift is where your power begins. The man you've become knows that money is a tool, not a measure of value. He sees through the noise of social status and recognizes that character, integrity, and spiritual presence matter far more. Where once you measured your worth by comparison, you now measure it by connection to your values, your truth, your soul. And in this quiet confidence, abundance begins to flow toward you, not because you're forcing it, but because your energy is clean, your intentions are pure, and your presence is magnetic. You no longer seek to prove yourself because you already know your worth. You don't hustle to be seen because you are rooted in being. You don't need constant reassurance because you are led by inner certainty, not external noise. And this is the paradox of power. When your soul is in command, everything you once chased begins to come to you. There is a calm determination in the way you move now, a clarity in your focus, a discipline in your desires. Your energy no longer scatters toward temporary highs. It gathers around what is real, lasting, and true. The people around you sense it. They see that you are no longer a man in pursuit. You are a man in possession of himself. And that presence, that stillness, that depth creates ripple effects. The universe responds when a soul becomes unshakable. Opportunities arrive, not because you're desperate, but because you're prepared. People trust you, not because you're loud, but because you're anchored. You walk into rooms and shift the atmosphere not by trying, but by being. Your life becomes a mirror of the internal harmony you've cultivated. You've stopped living from the surface and started living from the soul. And as you continue to walk this path, you will notice something even greater your desires will purify. The need for more will be replaced by the desire to serve. The thirst for validation will be replaced by the joy of contribution. You will stop asking, "What can I get?" and begin asking, "What can I give?" Because when your soul takes the lead, your entire life becomes an offering, an expression of something eternal. And in this sacred space, material desires become tools, not chains, symbols, not shackles. You are free, not because you have nothing, but because nothing has you. Stay connected with our community of spiritual growth by subscribing to our channel. Here, we share powerful reminders that true abundance begins within beyond money, titles, or material gain. Remember, you are already whole, guided by purpose, and aligned with a higher calling. Let peace be your wealth. 4. You've embraced solitude and found peace. Silence no longer feels like absence. It feels like presence. You've stopped trying to escape yourself because your own energy has become enough. The stillness that once made you restless now feels like home, like sacred ground where your soul breathes freely. You no longer reach for noise or distraction to fill the void, because the void is no longer empty. It's alive with meaning, with memory, with presence. This isn't isolation, it's revelation. You've uncovered the truth that Carl Jung spoke of when he said, "Loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to you." And now, because you can communicate with your soul, you are no longer lonely. In this silence, you've built a relationship with yourself so intimate, so unshakable, that the world can no longer pull you away from your core. You've stopped begging to be seen. You've stopped negotiating for space. You've stopped apologizing for your depth. Your own company is enough, because your soul is no longer starving, it's full. You've become fiercely protective of your energy. You no longer tolerate relationships that drain you, distract you, or keep you small. You feel it instantly who is adding to your light and who is dimming it. And without drama, without explanation, you step back, because your peace is no longer up for debate. This is the natural result of inner work, of walking through fire and coming out as gold. Carl Jung believed that real healing involves confronting the shadow and integrating the parts of ourselves that we once rejected. And that's exactly what you've done. You're not perfect, but you're whole. You're not performing anymore. You're present. And from this wholeness, you've stopped attracting chaos. You've stopped chasing people who reflect your wounds. You now move only with what mirrors your healing, your expansion, your truth. In this sacred solitude, you've become magnetic, not because you seek attention, but because your energy is clean. Because you've remembered who you are, others are drawn to you without understanding why. You've dropped the mask, the act, the roles you used to play for love and validation. You don't need to prove anything anymore. Your being is enough. Your presence speaks louder than your words ever could. You've become the calm in the storm, the clarity in the confusion, the soul that no longer needs to explain itself. Carl Jung taught that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And now, you are living that truth. Not trying, not pretending, just being. And that is where your power begins. Do you feel the power of your own presence? If this message speaks to your soul, declare it in the comments. I've found peace in my solitude. And if this resonates, like the video, subscribe, and join us for more spiritual wisdom each week. 5. People are naturally drawn to your light. You no longer chase the light because you've become it. Your presence radiates something that words cannot fully describe. A calm force, a grounded energy, a silent knowing that others feel the moment they step into your field. People are naturally drawn to you, not because you ask for attention, but because your spiritual energy speaks louder than words. You have become a mirror, and in your presence, Others glimpse parts of themselves they've long buried or forgotten. You're no longer seeking healers or guides outside of you, because you've stepped into that very role quietly, humbly, and powerfully. Carl Jung said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." And you, having looked deep within, are now a living embodiment of what others are still searching for. Your pain has become wisdom, your wounds have become medicine, and your journey has carved a stillness in you that feels like home to the restless souls who cross your path. You don't need to prove your growth. Your very energy makes people pause, breathe deeper, and open up without knowing why. They feel safe around you because you are safe within yourself. This is the mark of someone whose spiritual awakening has gone beyond theory and into embodiment. You no longer just talk about healing, you radiate the evidence of it. You don't need to fix others because you understand the power of presence, and your presence alone becomes a catalyst for others to remember their own light. You are the person you used to wish would show up when you were lost. You're the voice of calm, the frequency of truth, the lighthouse that doesn't chase ships, it just shines and lets those who are ready find their way. This magnetic quality is not about being special, it's about being real. It's the quiet power of someone who has walked through the fire and no longer fears the flame. Others recognize that you've seen darkness and survived it, and something in them trusts you for it. They sense that you don't have hidden agendas, that your words come from lived experience, not performance. And that's why they're drawn to you. Not because you wear spiritual labels or use fancy language, but because your energy carries the vibration of peace, truth, and alignment. You've chosen wholeness over perfection, and that wholeness makes people feel safe enough to be imperfect in your presence. This is what happens when your spiritual awakening is complete. You stop performing and start embodying. The search ends, and the becoming begins. The external seeking dissolves, and you become a quiet magnet for those still finding their way. Not because you preach, but because you exist in a frequency that others want to rise into. The lesson is this: real spiritual power is not loud, it is felt. It does not demand, it invites. You've become the embodiment of the healing, the light, and the truth you once chased. And now, without effort, you are leading others home, not by force, but by being exactly who you are. If this message resonates with your soul, let your light be known in the comments. I am a beacon of healing and truth. I attract those I am meant to help. 6. You see through deception and illusion. You no longer just look, you see. You see through the carefully crafted illusions of society, the hollow smiles, the manipulated headlines, the polished lies dressed as truth. Your soul no longer reacts with confusion or fear, because now you recognize the game. The masks are obvious. The scripts are predictable. You feel the falseness in your gut before a word is even spoken. This isn't paranoia, it's perception. It's the deep clarity that only comes when a man has suffered enough to strip away everything that isn't real. And now that you've tasted the truth, there's no going back. The fear tactics don't touch you. The guilt traps don't hold you. The chaos doesn't shake you. You've trained your nervous system to remain calm in the face of noise, because you've come to understand that most of what the world calls urgent is actually just distraction dressed in drama. You move differently now. You don't argue to prove you're right. You don't explain your boundaries. You don't need applause to feel valuable. Instead, you walk with quiet certainty because your power comes from within, not from performance. You don't chase conversations. You don't beg to be seen. You are seen by those who matter because your energy speaks before your mouth does. This is what happens when your soul matures beyond the need for external confirmation. You're not being cold, you're being clear. You've shed the layers that once made you easy to manipulate, and now you live with spiritual precision. You can spot manipulation without needing evidence. You can feel someone's energy shift before they even betray you. Your discernment is your armor, not because you live in fear, but because you finally live in truth. And with that truth comes a calm that confuses people. You're not rushing, not reacting, not trying to control. You're observing, you're choosing, you're responding with intention. You don't need to announce your wisdom, it's felt. You don't need to argue with deception. It reveals itself in your presence. You've become the mirror that shows people who they really are. And some can't handle that reflection. But that's not your concern anymore. You've outgrown the role of the seeker. You've stopped trying to find yourself in broken systems and shallow relationships. You've realized that what you were looking for was never out there. It was always in your soul, waiting for you to remember. And now that you've remembered, now that you know, you walk as a man who no longer needs to search. You walk as a man who is. Don't forget to subscribe for more wisdom that helps you see through the noise, trust your discernment, and live aligned with truth, not illusion. 7. You feel an unshakable call to fulfill your mission. There's a force rising within you now that no longer allows you to remain still, no longer tolerates passivity or delay. It's an undeniable call from the soul, and it will not wait. This isn't confusion, it's clarity in disguise. You were not made to observe from the edges of life. You were born to participate, to shift energies, to heal what's broken, and to guide others home to themselves, not through loud declarations, but through quiet embodiment. The ache you feel is sacred. It's not restlessness, it's divine momentum. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart." And right now, your heart is no longer whispering. It is commanding you to act. Every part of you knows that you've been prepared for something larger than yourself. You're not here to repeat patterns. You're here to break them. And the truth is, you no longer belong in the phase of waiting. The version of you that searched for signs has already evolved. You've crossed that invisible line that separates the seeker from the teacher, the wanderer from the guide. The spiritual awakening you've gone through wasn't the end of the path. It was the doorway. You've stepped through it. The illusions you once clung to have dissolved. You now see through the noise. You feel the shift in people before they speak. You sense the truth before it's revealed. That's not something to question. That's a power to embrace. As Carl Jung emphasized, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And you are now standing at that threshold, not to contemplate, to become. Because the world doesn't need another seeker. It needs a soul who's embodied their knowing and is willing to live it out loud. This is why distractions no longer hold your attention. They've lost their taste. You can't numb yourself with what used to work because your soul no longer permits you to go unconscious. You are wide awake, and that awareness is sacred. You weren't made for a life of small talk and shallow waters. You were made to navigate depth, to feel things most people can't handle, and to lead others through terrain they've never dared to explore. That level of spiritual sensitivity is not a burden, it's a gift. The pull you feel to act now, to create, to speak, to serve, is because you've been trusted with something divine. Your gifts are not random. Your timing is not accidental. You are the one someone else is praying for. So if you feel that pressure building inside you, that sense that something big is about to be born through you, know this. It's not anxiety, it's alignment. The call to step forward won't wait for perfect conditions. It won't wait for applause. It only asks that you say yes, that you honor the fire that's been quietly preparing you for years. This is not a season of becoming. This is a season of being. You are no longer waiting for your power. You are the power. Now live like it. To affirm your devotion to the mission that stirs your soul, declare it with courage. Comment below. I answer the call to stand boldly in your purpose and remind others that their time is now too. As you continue this journey beyond awakening, remember this is no longer about seeking. It's about becoming. Your power is not something you need to find. It's something you now must use. The world needs awakened souls who no longer doubt, who no longer wait, but who choose to embody the wisdom they carry. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And make sure to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos that guide your spiritual evolution. Your journey is just beginning, and we'll be here with you every step of the way. Carl Jung. 6 things highly spiritual people quit slowly. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where we guide you through the profound journey of awakening. Have you ever felt like something deep within you is shifting quietly, powerfully changing how you see the world and yourself? That's not confusing. That's a spiritual awakening. In today's video, we'll explore 6 powerful things highly spiritual people begin to let go of as they align with their true essence. These changes aren't always easy, but they are necessary for growth, freedom, and deeper happiness. Which one of these are you currently experiencing? Share your thoughts in the comments. We'd love to hear where you are on your journey. Let's awaken together. 1. Quitting the need for external validation. Most men spend the first half of their lives chasing validation, approval from their father, recognition from their peers, admiration from women, or applause from society. But one of the most powerful signs of a true spiritual awakening is the slow, deliberate process of quitting the need for external validation. In today's world, where social media trains us to measure our self-worth by likes, shares, and comments, it's easy to believe that your value is something others assign to you. But highly spiritual men begin to notice something deeper, that the cheers of the crowd are fickle, and their silence even more revealing. When you awaken spiritually, you start peeling back the illusion that worth is transactional or conditional. You realize that no number of followers can fill a soul that doesn't recognize its own light. As Marcus Aurelius once said, "It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinion than our own." That's the contradiction we're here to resolve. The mature spiritual man doesn't suddenly reject the world's opinions. He simply stops depending on them. He listens without attachment. He sees without reacting, because he has slowly built a deeper relationship with himself. He no longer asks, "Do they like me?" but instead, "Do I respect the man I've become?" He understands that other people's judgments are often projections of their own pain, fears, and expectations. They don't really see you. They see their own insecurities mirrored back. And when that truth sinks in, you begin to walk differently. You speak with calm confidence. You stop over-explaining. You stop apologizing for being who you are. You stop editing yourself just to make someone else comfortable. Because at the core of every spiritual transformation is a return to authenticity, a homecoming to your own soul. In this season of spiritual awakening, you stop trying to fit into places you've outgrown. You don't need everyone to understand your path, because you finally do. You don't need to be invited to every table, because you're building your own. And the peace that comes from self-validation is not loud. It's steady, grounding, and deeply masculine. This is the kind of strength that doesn't shout. It radiates. And yes, there will still be moments when that old need for approval creeps in. But now, you're aware. Now, you pause. Now, you return to your center. So ask yourself, what part of your identity is still clinging to praise? Where are you shrinking away just to be liked? And what would your life look like if you trusted your own voice more than the noise of the crowd? That's the call. That's the daily practice. Not to prove yourself, but to know yourself. And in that knowing, you will find a freedom that no one can give you and no one can take away. Because the most sacred thing you can do is to be unapologetically yourself. Comment below, "I am me." 2. Ceasing to compromise your authentic self. There comes a moment on the path of spirituality when you realize the greatest betrayal isn't what others have done to you. It's how often you've abandoned yourself just to be accepted. And that realization hits hard. From a young age, we're taught to adjust, to blend in, to tone ourselves down so we don't rock the boat. We learn to wear masks that hide our real feelings, dreams, and personalities. At school, we mimic what's popular. At work, we bite our tongue. With family, we play roles just to keep the peace. Over time, we become experts at pleasing others, but strangers to ourselves. And while this strategy may win approval, it costs us the very thing that makes us feel alive, our authenticity. But something begins to shift when you commit to your spiritual growth. You begin to quit, slowly but surely, the habit of compromising who you are. Not overnight, not dramatically, but quietly, and with increasing clarity, you start choosing yourself. You notice how exhausting it is to smile when your heart aches, how it hurts to say yes when your soul screams no. And so, with every small act of truth, you start to reclaim the parts of you that got buried under layers of performance. This isn't selfishness. This is healing. This is spiritual awakening in motion. I once knew a woman who spent nearly 15 years hiding her love for painting. She worked in finance, followed the rules, wore the suits, and said the right things at networking events. She did everything that was expected of her. But on weekends, she painted in secret. It wasn't until she burned out completely mentally, emotionally, spiritually, that she realized she had built a life based on expectations, not passion. That moment of breakdown became her breakthrough. She didn't quit her job right away, but she started painting again. She showed her work online. She allowed people to see who she really was. And eventually, her art became her full-time calling. Not because she chased success, but because she stopped running from herself. That's what happens when you quit compromising your authentic self. You begin to align with your truth, and life starts responding in beautiful ways. You meet people who actually see you. You find spaces where you don't have to shrink to fit. You feel at peace in your own skin because you're no longer pretending. You understand that spirituality isn't about becoming something new. It's about remembering who you were before the world told you to be someone else. And when you live from that place, you no longer seek permission to be real. You just are. So let me ask you, in what areas of your life are you still playing a role just to be accepted? And what would it feel like to live without that mask? These questions aren't meant to shame, they're meant to awaken. Because spiritual growth is a process of coming home to yourself, of honoring your voice, your feelings, your vision, even if it makes others uncomfortable, even if it means standing alone sometimes. The reward is priceless. You reclaim your joy, your energy, your integrity, and most of all, your inner peace. The lesson is clear. Don't compromise your true self. Your soul didn't come here to be a carbon copy. It came here to fully express its divine creation. So choose yourself every day. Speak your truth, live your values, and let your light shine without apology. Because the world doesn't need more perfect people. It needs more authentic people. And the real you is enough. Comment below, I live my values. 3. Abandoning toxic relationships. There comes a moment in every spiritual journey when you begin to see people differently, not through judgment, but through the lens of energetic truth. You start to realize that not everyone who walks with you is meant to go the whole way. Some relationships, though familiar or long-standing, begin to feel heavy. They no longer feed your soul. Instead, they drain your energy, dampen your spirit, and subtly pull you back into cycles you've worked hard to rise above. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." When you become more spiritually aware, you stop calling unhealthy patterns fate and start recognizing them as choices. You become more conscious of the people who consistently dismiss your boundaries, invalidate your experiences, or seem to thrive when you shrink yourself. And with that spiritual wisdom comes a quiet but firm resolve that says, I love you, but I love myself too. You no longer feel obligated to keep relationships out of guilt, fear of conflict, or the illusion that your worth is tied to how much you can endure. Instead, you begin the slow but necessary process of quitting toxic relationships. Not always with anger, not always with drama, sometimes just with silence, space, and a firm decision not to keep exposing yourself to emotional harm. And yes, it can hurt. Sometimes the ones you need to walk away from are people you've laughed with, cried with, even dreamed with. But spiritual growth isn't just about light and peace. It's about truth. And the truth is, if someone consistently diminishes your light, they are not meant to stay in your sacred space. This is where spiritual wisdom becomes your compass. You learn to choose discomfort over betrayal of self. You learn that it's not your job to save people from the consequences of their energy. You learn that loyalty should never cost you your inner peace. When you let go of what no longer aligns, you make room for relationships that honor who you are becoming. You begin to attract people who nourish your soul. Those rare souls who see your growth and celebrate it, not resent it. People who hold you accountable with love, who stand beside you with kindness, and who walk with you, not ahead of you or behind you, because they understand the sacred balance of mutual growth. Carl Jung also said, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." So ask yourself, are your current relationships transforming you, or are they diminishing you? Do they inspire your growth, or subtly sabotage it? This is not about labeling people as good or bad. It's about being radically honest about what your soul needs to thrive. Spiritual awakening calls you to love without attachment, to forgive without reopening doors, and to recognize that not every bond is sacred simply because it's old. What if your next level requires solitude before it reveals your true spiritual tribe? What if the people you're afraid to lose are the very weight holding you back from flight? So I ask you, what kind of energy are you allowing into your sacred space? And are you willing to let go of what no longer serves your highest good? Because in the end, your peace is the most spiritual thing you'll ever protect, and walking away is sometimes the loudest form of self-love there is. If this resonates with you, consider subscribing and hitting the notification bell. 4. Releasing the need for control. There's a powerful line from Carl Jung that says, "What you resist not only persists, but will grow in size." And if there's one thing that highly spiritual people slowly quit as they awaken, it's the illusion that they must always be in control. At first, it feels natural to want to manage every outcome, to orchestrate life like a chessboard, where every move is calculated to prevent failure, disappointment, or pain. But beneath that desire lies a deep-rooted fear. Fear of the unknown. Fear of losing what you love. Fear of letting things fall apart. What the spiritual awakening teaches you, however, is that control is not the anchor it pretends to be. It is the very chain that keeps you bound to suffering. As you begin to walk the spiritual path, you slowly start to see the truth that trying to control everything only leads to resistance, stress, and disconnection from your deeper self. You begin to understand that there's a current far greater than your ego's agenda, a divine intelligence that moves through every moment, even the chaotic ones. And the more you try to override it, the more friction you create within yourself. That's when the shift begins, not in a single moment, but over time, like the tide slowly turning. You begin to trust. You stop fighting against the uncertainty and instead lean into it with grace. You start setting intentions not to force life, but to co-create with it. You take action, not from fear, but from alignment. And then you do something radical, you surrender. Not in weakness, but in power. Because surrender is not about giving up. It's about letting go of your attachment to how things must unfold. And in doing so, you free yourself from anxiety. You begin to realize that life is not something to be grasped with a white fist, but something to be danced with. You realize that your spiritual growth does not require you to dominate every situation. It requires you to trust that whatever happens to you is part of a deeper lesson that your soul is ready to receive. And yes, that kind of trust takes courage, especially for men who have been raised to believe that control equals power. But really, there is nothing more powerful than a man who can embrace uncertainty without letting it crush him. This is spiritual wisdom in action, learning to let go of control, not because you don't care, but because you have finally understood that life is too sacred, too vast, too alive to be bound by your expectations. So let me ask you this. What part of your life are you still trying to control? And what would happen if you simply surrendered it to something greater? This is the kind of spiritual awakening that neither screams nor whispers. It does not demand, it invites. And it does not lead to chaos, but to the quiet power of peace. You were never meant to carry the universe on your shoulders. You can only trust its rhythm and grow with its flow. Comment below. I became the best version of myself. 5. Letting go of material attachments. When you're on a path of spiritual growth, one of the most profound shifts you'll slowly experience is the letting go of material attachments. Society has conditioned us from a very young age to chase after visible symbols of success: money, luxury cars, massive homes, expensive watches, designer labels. We're taught to believe that the more we have, the more we are. But here's the truth that many people miss until they begin awakening spiritually. Those things are not the source of lasting fulfillment. They're temporary highs that fade quickly, like smoke in the wind. And as you continue to grow in spirituality, you begin to see that the real measure of abundance is not how much you can accumulate, but how deeply you can feel joy without needing anything external to validate it. Think about it. When was the last time you felt truly happy because of a thing? Not the moment you bought it, but days, weeks, or months later? Most likely, that excitement faded. That's because true contentment lives inside you, not in what you own. It's in the peace of your own mind, the sincerity of your relationships, the quiet stillness of the morning sun on your skin. Let me share a story. A man I once knew had climbed the corporate ladder, had a big house, and a six-figure income, but deep down, he felt hollow. One day, after a health scare, he sold almost everything, moved to a smaller place by the mountains, and started mentoring young people. He told me, "I finally feel rich because I wake up with purpose, not pressure." That's the difference spiritual growth makes. Letting go of material attachment doesn't mean you have to give up nice things or live like a monk. It means you're no longer defined by them. You can enjoy what you have, but you don't need it to feel worthy. You stop chasing trends and start chasing truth. You shift your focus from having more to being more. You simplify your life not out of sacrifice, but out of clarity. You start clearing your space and your soul, because you now crave what feeds your spirit rather than stuffing your closet. So I ask you, what things in your life did you think you needed that now feel like a burden? How has your relationship with material possessions changed as you've grown spiritually? I'd love to hear about it, so leave a comment and share your story, because your reflection might be the mirror someone else needs. And if this message resonates with you, join us. Subscribe, hit the notification bell, and be part of a community of spiritual seekers who are awakening to something much more real and lasting. Remember, letting go doesn't leave you empty. It creates space for deeper joy, stronger connection, and a life where your worth is no longer tied to what you own, but to who you are. That, my friend, is the essence of true abundance and the wealth that nothing can take away from you. Comment below. I connect with positive values. 6. Quitting the fear of death. The sixth and perhaps most transformative thing highly spiritual people quit slowly is the fear of death. And while death may seem like one of the heaviest topics to confront, it is also one of the most liberating when understood through spiritual wisdom. Carl Jung once said, "Shrinking away from death is something unhealthy and abnormal, which robs the second half of life of its purpose." For those walking the spiritual path, death is no longer viewed as a terrifying ending, but as a sacred transition, a return to the source, a shift into another dimension of being. You start to recognize that your body may be temporary, but your essence is eternal. The soul is not bound by flesh, time, or even identity. It is energy, and energy never dies. Have you ever paused and wondered why the most awakened people seem so calm in the face of loss or change? It's because they've begun to make peace with impermanence, and in doing so, they've stepped into a level of freedom most people fear to touch. As your spiritual awakening deepens, you begin to let go of the idea that your worth is tied to your achievements, your status, or even your continued physical existence. Instead, you come to embrace something far more powerful: the awareness that life itself is a sacred dance of beginnings and endings, each moment rich with meaning because it won't last forever. This acceptance shifts the way you live. You stop postponing joy, you stop fearing the future, and you stop clinging to what must inevitably pass. There's a quiet clarity that replaces the panic, a stillness that enters your soul. You begin to live not just for longevity, but for presence. You breathe deeper, speak more honestly, and love more fiercely because you know that everything is temporary, and in that temporary life, life becomes more vibrant. Isn't it strange that the less you fear death, the more alive you become? This is the essence of spiritual wisdom: to not merely cope with mortality, but to embrace it as part of the divine plan. You start trusting that you are not separate from the universe, but woven into its design, that you are guided, held, and ultimately returned home. Carl Jung believed that life is a short pause between two great mysteries, and when you live with that in mind, you no longer shrink in fear, you expand in truth. What if the fear you've been carrying isn't about death at all, but about not having lived fully while you were here? What would it mean to live as if death wasn't an enemy, but a teacher? So as you continue on your path, ask yourself, are you living in fear of the inevitable, or are you awakening to the infinite? Let this question sit with you, challenge you, open you. Because when you quit the fear of death, you don't just prepare to die. You finally begin to live well. And that, dear soul, is one of the most powerful awakenings of all. What part of this message resonates with you the most? Drop your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear how this has shaped your journey. As we wrap up this journey through the 6 powerful things, highly spiritual people Slowly let go of external validation, material attachments, the need for control, toxic relationships, the habit of compromising their true self, and the fear of death. Remember that each release brings you closer to your most authentic and awakened self. These aren't just abstract ideas. They are daily practices that can lead to real transformation and inner peace. Which of these have you started to let go of in your own life? Let us know in the comments. We'd love to hear your thoughts and experiences. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like the video, share it with someone on a similar path, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more soulful guidance on your spiritual awakening. Your journey matters, and we're honored to walk it with you. 10 sacred stones so powerful, even demons fear them. The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. This ancient verse reminds us that true power often lies in what the world overlooks. In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we explore 10 ancient stones so sacred, so energetically pure, that no demon dares to touch them. Each one holding frequencies of protection, memory, and deep spiritual alignment. Carl Jung once said that symbols carry the weight of the unconscious, and these stones are more than matter. They are keys to the soul. As you listen, reflect on how these forgotten relics mirror your own inner resilience. Which stone speaks to you most? Comment below and share your thoughts. And if this journey stirs something within you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and pass this message on. Let's awaken the ancient wisdom within us all. 1. Smoky quartz, the mirror of shadows. Smoky quartz is not a crystal that flatters the eye, it confronts the soul. Found in the shadowed highlands of Scotland, particularly in the mystical Cairngorm Mountains, this stone was never meant to shine with outward brilliance. Its power has always been inward, silent, and deep. Highland warriors wore it into battle not for decoration, but for spiritual armor. Druids and ancient shamans revered it as a mirror, not one that shows your face, but one that reveals what hides beneath it. What you see in smoky quartz is not your reflection, but your fear. And that is its sacred gift. Unlike other stones that claim to trap or bind darkness, smoky quartz does not engage in spiritual theatrics. It simply reflects the energy around it with brutal honesty, causing demons to see their own distortion and retreat. Its presence is enough to disturb what is false and amplify what is true. And when you hold it, your soul begins to remember that fear is not your enemy, it is your initiation. This stone absorbs emotional trauma like a silent witness that never judges. In times of grief, it becomes a companion that does not ask you to be strong, but simply to be. It takes the sharp edges of sorrow and softens them through grounding. When life feels unstable, smoky quartz roots you back into the earth, back into your own body, back into the ancient knowing of your soul. It carries the frequency of shadow work, of soul remembrance, and of grounded transformation. Grief, rage, confusion, none of these emotions disturb it. In fact, it welcomes them, because it knows that healing doesn't come from pretending the wound isn't there. Healing comes when the soul has the courage to see it. This is where Jung's wisdom echoes through time. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. Smoky quartz does not show you who you want to be. It shows you who you are in your wholeness, in your hurt, and in your hidden strength. What makes smoky quartz feared by darkness is not its shine, it's its silence. It doesn't attack, it reveals. And in a world where most people run from their shadows, this stone stands firm and waits. It holds space for you to descend into the unspoken pain, the repressed memories, the forgotten grief you've been carrying for years. And then, quietly, it begins to shift the weight. It doesn't remove the burden, but it reminds you that you were never weak for carrying it. For the man who has lived through loss, for the one who's been taught to suppress his tears, for the soul that feels too much and speaks too little, this stone becomes an anchor, a sacred ally. It will not rescue you, but it will never abandon you. And that alone makes it powerful. In ritual, in meditation, or simply in your pocket as you move through the world, smoky quartz becomes more than an object. It becomes a presence. It vibrates with the memory of warriors, of mystics, of men who chose the path of soul mastery over surface success. It doesn't make promises. It asks you to look, to feel, to remember, to reclaim. That is its only demand. And if you answer it not with perfection, but with presence, you may find that what once haunted you no longer holds power. Because the soul that has faced its own shadows becomes untouchable. And in that quiet clarity, no demon dares to linger. Have you ever faced your own shadow through a spiritual tool? If so, share your experience with smoky quartz or shadow work in the comments so others can learn and grow. If not, comment below. I'm ready to look within. And let's begin this journey of fear mastery and deep grounding together. 2. Rainbow obsidian, the blade that seals. Rainbow obsidian is more than just volcanic glass. It is a sacred weapon forged in the depths of fire, laced with iridescent waves of color that flicker like truth trying to surface. Found in regions like Mexico, Japan, and Oregon, this ancient stone once shaped ceremonial daggers, not for war, but for spiritual confrontation. It cuts through illusion the way lightning slices the sky, clean, fast, undeniable. It doesn't ask for permission to reveal what's hidden. It simply does. Emotional wounds, repressed fears, long-buried pain, this stone brings them to the surface not to torment you, but to liberate you. It is known to amplify what resides in the shadow, making it impossible to hide behind smiles or distractions. And this is precisely why no demon dares to touch it, because rainbow obsidian tells the truth. In a world obsessed with projection and performance, the presence of this stone feels like a silent but unyielding force that strips everything down to its core. It's not here to make you feel better. It's here to make you see clearly. As Carl Jung taught, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Rainbow obsidian is the blade that performs this unveiling. It is an archetype of the inner sword, the one that slices through denial and confronts you with what you've always known but never wanted to face. I once knew a man, a successful executive admired by many, who carried a piece of rainbow obsidian in his pocket. Outwardly, he was composed, accomplished, but within, he was haunted by inexplicable rage. A spiritual guide once told him, "This stone will show you where the bleeding began." He scoffed at first, but over time, in stillness and silence, the stone became more than just a talisman. It became a mirror, His meditations became intense, raw, filled with buried memories and forgotten tears. Childhood wounds he thought he had outgrown re-emerged with clarity, and what followed was not collapse, but transformation. He didn't become someone else. He returned to himself. That's the real alchemy of rainbow obsidian. It doesn't change you, it reveals you. It forces you to stand naked in front of your own soul, to see the scars you tried to pretend weren't there, and to recognize that they were never shameful. They were maps. This stone doesn't reflect beauty. It reflects truth. And in that truth is a rare kind of beauty, the kind that can't be sold, filtered, or performed. The kind that emerges only when you faced yourself and didn't run. So when you hold rainbow obsidian, know this: you are holding an invitation, not to escape, but to go deeper, to stop outsourcing your healing and start reclaiming the parts of your soul you abandoned. In doing so, you carry out the very essence of Carl Jung's work, the integration of shadow, the return to wholeness. You are not broken. You are buried. And this blade was made to set you free. 3. Labradorite, the veil between realms. Labradorite appears unremarkable at first, its surface dull and gray. But the moment it catches the light, it ignites with the colors of the cosmos: deep blue, shimmering green, and golden fire. This inner glow is no accident. It's a spiritual phenomenon. The ancient Inuits believed labradorite originated from the frozen fire of the northern lights, and they used it to communicate with the mystical energies of the aurora. It has long been regarded not as a shield against darkness, but as a transformer of it. Rather than repelling negative energy, labradorite changes its frequency, altering the energetic field so profoundly that demonic forces, spiritual parasites, and low vibrational entities cannot maintain their clarity in its presence. They become disoriented, stripped of focus, unable to anchor themselves. This stone doesn't destroy darkness, it alchemizes it. It's not about escape. It's about mastery of energy, the kind of spiritual evolution where fear dissolves, not because you fought it, but because you changed the entire frequency of the battlefield. Carl Jung's wisdom echoes here. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. Labradorite is a companion in that journey. It helps you walk through shadow with open eyes. Its frequency opens portals between waking life and the dream state, inviting mystics, intuitives, and spiritual seekers to explore the hidden dimensions where truth speaks in symbols and the soul remembers what the mind has forgotten. Holding this stone is like tuning a cosmic dial. Your awareness shifts, and you begin to perceive what was once invisible. It does more than protect, it initiates. In the presence of labradorite, ordinary perception gives way to deeper knowledge. It's as if time folds, and you're able to access wisdom stored in the unseen. The veil between the worlds thins, and you realize that you are not lost. You are being guided. In that space, darkness loses its grip because you're no longer playing by its rules. You're not operating on fear. You're not reacting. You're remembering. To carry labradorite is to carry a reminder that you are a spiritual being living in a multi-dimensional world. You don't need to shield yourself behind walls. You need to shift into resonance with your higher self and let that vibration speak for you. When your energy is aligned, nothing impure can touch you. It simply doesn't recognize the frequency. Labradorite is for those who are done with the illusion of protection and are ready to embody transformation. The soul does not need rescue, it needs remembrance. And when you hold this ancient stone, that remembering begins. Did this stone spark something deep within you? If so, comment mystical below. Let's keep exploring the veil between worlds together. 4. Jet, the silent sentinel. Jet, the silent sentinel, is not a stone that dazzles the eyes. It speaks to the soul in whispers only the spiritually attuned can hear. Formed from fossilized ancient wood, buried beneath the earth for millions of years, jet has been revered by the ancient Romans, the Navajo, and medieval Europeans, not for its beauty, but for its raw, unshakable power. Matte black and feather-light, it doesn't shine or shimmer, it absorbs. It pulls in fear, darkness, and chaotic energy like a spiritual vacuum, leaving no residue behind. While other stones push energy outward or emit light to repel the negative, jet offers something far more rare: absolute stillness. It does not feed demons. It does not react to manipulation. Its power lies in what it withholds: its refusal to engage in the energetic games that malevolent forces thrive on. And that is precisely what makes it untouchable. This is not a stone for the performative seeker. Jet doesn't serve those chasing status or surface-level healing. It's for the man who has been through things he doesn't speak about. The one who carries the weight of others but rarely shows his own cracks. Jet is for the spiritual warrior who doesn't want a spotlight but needs a shield. It grounds the soul without numbing it. It keeps you whole when your world threatens to fragment. In a time when energy is constantly demanded, stolen, and distorted, jet gives you nothingness as power. No flair, no fanfare, just a deep, unwavering presence that says, "You are safe here." It teaches by silence. It protects without making a scene. Jet is the reminder that not all protection comes from pushing back. Sometimes it comes from not giving anything away. Not your light, not your fear, not your soul's frequency. This is why healers and sensitives throughout time have clung to it. Because when the world grows loud and the spiritual battlefield becomes overwhelming, jet doesn't rise to meet the chaos. It dissolves it, and it does so without draining you. That's the kind of power men seek when they've grown tired of posturing and are ready to rest in their true strength. Carl Jung once said that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Jet supports that journey not by reshaping you, but by holding space for you to remember the soul beneath all the noise. And in that stillness, where demons find no entry point, you find something far greater than armor. You find the quiet, grounded essence of a man who has nothing to prove and everything to preserve. A man whose power is not in how loud he roars, but in how deeply he listens to others, to silence, and most of all, to his own soul. 5. Bloodstone, the wound that watches. Bloodstone is not merely a crystal. It is a sacred relic forged in the soul's battlefield. Its dark green body, marked by deep red flecks, is not meant to dazzle the eye, but to stir the spirit. Sourced from ancient lands like India, Brazil, and Oregon, bloodstone was carried by warriors not for charm, but for truth. In the heat of combat, as wounds opened and blood flowed, it bore silent witness. To them, it was more than a stone. It was a covenant, an observer of sacrifice, a mirror of intent. Linked to the blood of Christ and the legacy of martyrs, it channels the frequency of spiritual warfare, not by aggression, but by clarity. Bloodstone has never cared about appearances. It bypasses masks and dives straight into motive. That's what makes it untouchable to demons, not its shape, not its shimmer, but its merciless honesty. In a world addicted to illusion, where identity is often sculpted by social performance, Bloodstone doesn't ask who you appear to be. It shows what you truly intend. And that's a level of spiritual exposure that darkness cannot bear. You may not carry a sword, but make no mistake, you're in battles every day. Picture a man rising early, worn by debt, disappointment, and pressure he cannot voice. His home is quiet, but inside him there's chaos. He drives to work, sits in meetings, pays bills, but deep inside, he wonders if anything he's doing truly matters. Then one day, life delivers a jolt, a layoff, a divorce, a health scare, and suddenly, everything external that once defined him begins to fall away. That's when the soul steps forward. And in that sacred crisis, Bloodstone speaks. Not in words, but in presence. It grounds him, centers him, and forces him to ask, what am I truly fighting for? Not approval, not money, but alignment. And in that moment, the war becomes sacred. As Carl Jung said, he who looks outside dreams, but he who looks inside awakens. Bloodstone is that awakening of a silent force that invites you to confront the unconscious forces driving your decisions. It reveals the spiritual weight behind your actions. Are you building from truth or performance? Are you leading from clarity or confusion? Bloodstone doesn't give answers. It demands integrity. When your soul and your actions are not aligned, life will feel like resistance, exhaustion, fragmentation. You'll feel like you're running, but going nowhere. That's the soul's warning bell. And Bloodstone, like an ancient judge, places you before the mirror and says, show me who you are when no one is watching. That is why demons do not touch it. They cannot manipulate what is already seen. So if you find yourself at a crossroads, spiritually lost, emotionally wounded, energetically tired, remember this. You do not need to appear perfect. You need to be honest. Because honesty is your shield, and intention is your sword. When you walk into the world clear in motive, grounded in truth, and willing to be seen as you are, nothing can possess your path. That is the soul's true defense. That is the wisdom Carl Jung pointed toward. And that is why Bloodstone doesn't need to shout. It already knows your spirit's weight. If this stone moved something deep in you, don't forget to subscribe for more insights into sacred tools like Bloodstone, where wounds aren't hidden, but honored, and intentions speak louder than appearance. 6. Black tourmaline, the barrier of the banished. Black tourmaline, known across spiritual traditions as the final barrier between the soul and darkness, is not just a mineral, it's a force. Formed deep within the earth in places like Brazil, Afghanistan, and the United States, its long black crystalline blades seem to devour every trace of light, embodying the silent mystery of spiritual defense. Across cultures, Tibetan, Hindu, and Wiccan alike, this stone has been revered as a shield, not because of superstition, but because of the energetic truth felt by those who've used it. Black tourmaline does not merely sit and exist. It acts. It absorbs chaotic frequencies, psychic toxins, and energetic parasites that linger in our emotional and spiritual fields. To keep it under your pillow isn't just tradition, it's a practice rooted in generations of wisdom, offering protection during sleep, when your conscious mind rests and your soul becomes more vulnerable to intrusion. It is said that demons cannot penetrate the field of one who vibrates with truth, and black tourmaline helps you do just that, not by adding something new to you, but by stripping away interference so that your soul's natural harmony can resonate clearly. When Carl Jung said, "In all chaos, there is a cosmos," he pointed to a secret that this stone seems to understand: that spiritual protection is not about fear or escape, but alignment. This stone doesn't fight darkness. It makes you invisible to it. It doesn't shout. It silences what tries to shout at you. The reason no demon dares to touch it isn't because it threatens them directly, but because it represents a state of spiritual clarity where their influence has no home. Those who walk a spiritual path know this. Your energy speaks before you do. And tourmaline is one of the few stones that helps purify that energy without noise or demand. In the modern world, where energy is often drained by constant distraction, toxic environments, or people who feed on your light, black tourmaline becomes not just a tool, but a necessity. It's the spiritual version of locking your door at night, not out of paranoia, but out of self-respect. There is a reason the ancients carried it in battle. And today, you are still in battle not with swords, but with unseen forces that whisper doubt, fear, and fragmentation. Holding black tourmaline is a declaration that your soul is sovereign. Its density grounds you, while its energy shields you, reminding you that real power is quiet, clean, and unwavering. This isn't about believing in magic. It's about honoring the energetic laws that govern your spiritual life. Black tourmaline teaches you that protection isn't a reaction, it's a frequency. And when you align with that frequency, no demon, no doubt, and no darkness can touch you. 7. Selenite, the blade of light. Selenite, the blade of light, is not just a crystal, it is the soul's silent sword against all that is false. Born of moonlight and found in sacred grounds like Mexico, Morocco, and Spain, it doesn't shield like other stones, nor ignite with fiery aggression. Instead, it dissolves darkness by making it irrelevant, bathing the room in a frequency so pure that negativity has nothing to cling to. This is why demons despise it, because it reveals their powerlessness. It cleanses not by force, but by presence. When you bring selenite into your space, you're not just holding a stone, you're holding a memory of who you were before fear, guilt, and distortion crept in. It purifies other stones effortlessly, which is why it was used in ancient temples and tombs, where the air was thick with prayer and the dead were honored with spiritual armor. There is something deeply masculine about this kind of power, the kind that doesn't dominate, but dismantles illusion by simply being. Selenite doesn't attack energetic parasites or psychic fog. It makes them dissolve because they cannot coexist with truth. It's like walking into a room of lies with absolute honesty. Everything false collapses. This is not brute strength. This is refined clarity. Even though selenite is physically delicate, prone to chipping or crumbling under pressure, it embodies the paradox of the awakened man. The soul is indestructible, not because it fights, but because it remembers. And in that remembrance, every shadow loses its grip. The real spiritual warrior does not need to raise his voice. His alignment speaks louder than any battle cry. Carl Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And selenite reminds you that you were never meant to be buried under confusion, addiction, trauma, or spiritual noise. Its glow is not just visual, it's vibrational. With it, you feel layers peeling off, energy that doesn't belong to you, beliefs you didn't choose, wounds you were never meant to carry. It cuts without bleeding. It pierces without pain. It's the soul's scalpel, precise and holy. And in a world that trains men to armor up, toughen up, and shut up, selenite invites you to do something far more radical, to lighten up, not in humor, but in essence. To strip back what was never yours and return to what was always true. It doesn't make you untouchable by hiding you. It makes you untouchable by illuminating you. In its presence, your energetic field becomes uninhabitable to anything that feeds on chaos. That is why no demon dares to touch it, not because it burns, but because it exposes. In the light of selenite, nothing false survives. Only the soul remains. Are you ready to cut through the fog and step into clarity? If so, comment below. I claim the light to show your commitment to cleansing your spirit with the power of selenite. 8. Amethyst, the crown of clarity. Amethyst, the violet quartz revered for over 5,000 years, is not merely a gemstone, it is a spiritual force, a crown of clarity that has adorned the heads of priests, monks, and mystics from Uruguay to Russia to Brazil. Unlike stones that are said to shield or block dark energies through force, amethyst does something far more profound. It elevates you beyond their reach. This is not about confrontation, it's about ascension. Carl Jung once observed that symbols are the natural language of the soul, and amethyst is precisely that, a symbol of higher truth, clarity, and inner alignment. It doesn't fight with shadows. It makes you luminous enough that shadows no longer apply. It aligns your third eye, clears mental fog, and gently seals your aura so that chaos cannot penetrate your calm. In spiritual psychology, this isn't just protective, it's transformative. Instead of asking, "How do I fight?" the wearer of amethyst begins to ask, "How do I rise?" In a world where everything is vying for your attention, where algorithms are designed to hijack your nervous system and fear is broadcast like a signal, amethyst becomes a spiritual anchor in the noise. I recently spoke to a burned-out ICU nurse who had been absorbing the pain of others for years without knowing how to release it. She told me that after receiving an amethyst pendant as a gift, she began to wear it during her shifts. At first, it was just a token, a small comfort. But slowly, something shifted. The energy of the ER didn't stick to her the way it used to. She described it not as magic, but as memory, as if every time she touched the stone, her soul whispered back to her, "You're safe. Come back." This is the deeper nature of spiritual tools. They remind you of what you've forgotten in the noise. Carl Jung taught that individuation, the process of becoming whole, requires the integration of unconscious symbols. Amethyst, in this sense, is not just protection from dark forces. It is a mirror of your higher self, asking you to rise, not react. So many people today are focused on how to banish, block, or cleanse negative energy. But what if the most powerful thing you could do was simply ascend in frequency to where the negativity cannot touch you? That's what amethyst does. It tunes your energy like a sacred instrument. When your soul resonates at its true frequency, the noise fades. The demons can't find you because they exist at a different bandwidth. This is not just metaphysics. This is spiritual psychology in action. When you wear amethyst, you are not wearing a defense. You are wearing remembrance. You are embodying the truth that clarity is your birthright, that peace is not passive, but powerful. And in that space of centered vision, you begin to see through illusion, bypass manipulation, and reclaim your spiritual sovereignty. The lesson here is simple but deeply profound. You do not need to fight darkness when you are made of light. You do not need to fear confusion when you are crowned with clarity. The real strength of the soul is not in its ability to attack, but in its refusal to descend. So let the world swirl below. Let fear scream for attention. You, with amethyst on your heart or in your palm, are already above it. 9. Moldavite, the starfall catalyst. Moldavite, known as the starfall catalyst, is not just a stone, it's a spiritual ignition born of fire and cosmic force, created when a meteor struck the Earth over 15 million years ago in the region now called the Czech Republic. What emerged was not ordinary rock, but a luminous green tektite glass forged in celestial collision, carrying within it a frequency so intense that it has been feared by demons and revered by seekers of truth. Moldavite doesn't simply sit still on your body. It pulses, vibrates, activates, and shatters illusions. It's not gentle. It doesn't whisper affirmations or comfort you with soft energy. It charges in like lightning, breaking apart what no longer serves you, dragging your buried emotions into the light, and forcing you to meet your soul face to face. Carl Jung said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain," and Moldavite embodies this law. It awakens you by burning away the false layers of relationships that suffocate your growth, careers that mute your voice, habits that numb your essence. And though it can feel like your life is falling apart, what's really happening is that your spiritual alignment is falling into place. Demons fear Moldavite not because it repels them like armor, but because it raises your frequency so high they simply cannot touch you. It doesn't block negativity, it dissolves your resonance with it. You become invisible to what once had power over you. Moldavite doesn't shield, it transforms. It's not a stone of protection, it's a stone of obliteration and resurrection. It doesn't ask permission to work, it acts. Those who carry Moldavite often report sudden upheavals, profound dreams, emotional breakthroughs, and life-altering realizations. But these aren't side effects. They are the essence of the stone's purpose. In spiritual terms, Moldavite is a soul's wake-up call. It's the alarm bell that rings when you've been sleepwalking through life, playing roles you didn't choose, chasing goals that aren't yours. It rips off the mask and reveals the truth beneath, and in that raw clarity, transformation begins. This is why it is said, no demon dares to touch it. Darkness cannot exist in the presence of spiritual fire. In a world obsessed with safety, comfort, and control, Moldavite speaks a different language, one of surrender, truth, and frequency. It doesn't want you to be calm. It wants you to be clear. It wants you to stop asking for validation from a world asleep and start listening to the burning pulse of your own soul. When a person holds Moldavite and suddenly feels everything shifting, It is not the stone causing chaos, it is the soul finally removing interference. Like tuning a radio to a higher spiritual frequency, Moldavite reminds you of what you already are beneath the noise. And the moment you align with that truth, your life accelerates not in the direction your mind planned, but in the direction your soul always intended. The journey isn't easy, but it is real. Because Moldavite doesn't guide you to comfort, it delivers you to your destiny. 10. Lapis lazuli, the eye of the divine. Lapis lazuli, the deep celestial blue stone mined from the ancient mountains of Afghanistan, is not just a gem, it's a spiritual weapon, feared not for its physical form, but for the truth it brings to light. Its rich indigo hue, often described as the color of the midnight sky, has long been associated with divine wisdom and higher perception. Worn by pharaohs, prophets, and mystics throughout history, lapis was never merely ornamental. It was chosen for its power to open the inner eye, the gateway to the soul's unfiltered vision. It doesn't battle darkness like fire battles night. Instead, it reveals it. Lapis doesn't destroy the lie. It removes the veil so you can see it for what it is. And that's precisely why demons fear it. Not because it harms them, but because it renders them powerless by exposing the truth they hide behind. In the language of the soul, lapis is a call to remember, to strip away falsehoods, to awaken the silent knowing that lives beneath distraction and ego. Its presence is not loud or violent. It is still, yet unrelenting. It pierces illusion like a blade of insight, dissolving the masks men wear when they've forgotten who they truly are. Carl Jung's observation that your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart is the essence of lapis. This is the stone that teaches men how to see not with the eyes, but with the soul. It sees through manipulation, denial, self-deception, and the socially constructed identities that keep you small. When worn or held close, it doesn't comfort, it confronts. And in doing so, it becomes the most powerful spiritual ally a man can possess. This stone was laid into the eye sockets of statues, placed on the foreheads of royalty, and carved into seals not because it was rare, but because it was sacred. It opened perception, invited divine counsel, and awakened the soul's ancient memory. Lapis is the eye of the divine. When you engage with it, you're not adding something new. You're recovering what was lost. You're tuning back into the frequency of your original essence. It reminds you that you don't need to become more. You need to remember more. It teaches that strength isn't about dominance, but clarity. That power doesn't come from control, but from vision. And the clearer your vision becomes, the less you fear the shadow, because you understand the shadow is only powerful when unseen. Once revealed, it dissolves into its proper place. That is the silent brilliance of lapis lazuli. It doesn't scream it sees. It doesn't fight. It exposes. And in a world where most men are taught to hide, lapis calls them to stand, to remember, and to see again with the eyes of the soul. If this message has opened your eyes to a deeper truth, leave a comment of clarity. I see through the illusion. I trust in divine vision and truth. And so, while the true nature of these ancient stones may remain cloaked in mystery, their symbolism and the energy they carry continue to resonate with those on a deeper spiritual path. Carl Jung reminded us that what is ancient is not outdated. It is archetypal, timeless, and powerful beyond measure. If something in today's message stirred your soul, don't keep it to yourself. Like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And be sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss the next insight that might just change your life. Until next time, stay grounded, stay awakened, and walk in truth. That exhaustion you feel, it's not your body, it's your shadow. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung, welcome to Spiritual Wisdom. Today, we're diving deep into a truth that most people overlook. Your exhaustion might not be physical, it might be spiritual. What if your burnout isn't just about doing too much, but about suppressing too much? According to Jung, the hidden cause may be your shadow self, the parts of you you've rejected, ignored, or silenced. This isn't just psychology, it's spiritual wisdom in action. Are you ready to face the part of you that's been crying out for attention beneath the surface? Drop a comment below. I'm ready to meet my shadow. And let's begin this journey of real healing and self-reclamation together. 1. Soul-level exhaustion isn't physical. It's psychological and spiritual. There is a kind of exhaustion that no amount of sleep can fix. It's not in your muscles, not in your bones. It's rooted in your soul. You wake up tired, go through the day on autopilot, and collapse into bed, wondering why rest never feels like recovery. This isn't about overwork or lack of sleep. It's about something deeper, more invisible, and far more powerful. It's the fatigue that comes from living a life that isn't truly yours. Men are often expected to be steady, helpful, agreeable, and the one who holds everything together. So you learn to wear a mask. You suppress your irritation, swallow your anger, silence your needs. You show up for everyone but yourself. You become the dependable one, the strong one, the fixer. And while the world might thank you for that, your inner world begins to crack. That quiet ache behind your smile, that's not a weakness. That's the soul calling out from beneath the persona you've been forced to perform. Carl Jung called this the price of repressing the shadow of the hidden, rejected parts of ourselves that society tells us to bury. Your shadow holds everything you've been taught to hide: your rage, your desire, your grief, your needs. It's everything you couldn't be because you were too busy becoming what others needed. But what you repress doesn't disappear. It waits. It waits in the dark corners of your psyche, feeding on your silence, draining your energy. And one day, it speaks not in words, but in symptoms. Burnout, numbness, emotional fatigue. That's not your body breaking down. That's your soul screaming through it. This kind of tiredness is spiritual. It's psychological. It's the cost of not living in alignment with who you truly are. Jung warned that the unconscious, if left unexamined, will run your life, and you will call it fate. But what if the life you think you're meant to live is just a long reaction to what you were told was acceptable? What if the very things you pushed away, your boldness, your truth, your sadness, are the keys to your vitality? When you push your shadow into hiding, you don't become stronger. You become divided. And it is this internal split that slowly bleeds your energy dry. Healing begins not when you try to escape the exhaustion, but when you recognize its root. The answer is not more rest, it's more truth. It's not more time off, it's more inner alignment. The moment you stop pretending, stop performing, and start reclaiming the parts of yourself you once abandoned, that's when your energy begins to return. Not because life is easier, but because you are no longer at war with yourself. Your burnout isn't a flaw to fix, it's a message to hear. It's your soul reminding you that being endlessly helpful, agreeable, and pleasant at the cost of your truth is not sustainable. It's a quiet protest from the self you left behind. And the path to wholeness begins the moment you stop ignoring it. Because the real reason you're so tired, it's not your body, it's your shadow. And it's been waiting for you to come home. Have you ever felt tired in your soul, not your body? If this kind of exhaustion speaks to you, share your experience in the comments so others know they're not alone. And if you're just beginning to explore this deeper kind of fatigue, simply comment, "I'm listening." Let's start this healing journey together. 2. Repression of the shadow drains psychic energy. Carl Jung taught that libido is not merely sexual energy, but the total psychic energy that fuels our ability to live, create, and connect with others. Every time you suppress your truth to avoid conflict, nod along to please others, or silence your needs to maintain harmony, you're not keeping the peace, you're spending energy. Not physical energy, but something far more precious, your soul's vitality. That fatigue you feel at the end of the day, the heaviness behind your smile, the emptiness even after a full night's rest. It may not be stress or burnout from work. It may be the cost of living a life too far from your real self. This is what happens when you live through your persona, the mask you wear to be agreeable, helpful, and socially acceptable. You start mistaking performance for presence. You play the role so well that even you forget it's a role. But the body remembers. And so does the shadow, the hidden part of you that holds your unmet needs, your anger, your instincts, your passion. The more you exile this part, the more exhausted you become. Because repression is not passive. It requires constant psychic labor. It's like holding a door shut with all your strength while something powerful keeps pushing from the other side. Eventually, your arms tremble. Your focus slips. You burn out, not from too much activity, but from too much pretending. Take a man like Jason, calm, dependable, always the one who smoothed things over. At work, he was the go-to guy for peacekeeping. At home, he never raised his voice. Everyone admired his composure. But deep down, Jason was numb. He couldn't feel joy, couldn't sleep without a glass of wine, and couldn't remember the last time he felt truly alive. That's because he was living in exile from his own soul. His libido, his life force, wasn't gone. It was trapped inside the shadow he'd locked away long ago in the name of being nice. Carl Jung warned that this is the most energy-intensive work a human being can do, to suppress the truth of who they are. And when the shadow can no longer speak through words, it speaks through the body, through burnout, illness, and chronic fatigue. These aren't weaknesses, they are signals. Signals that the price of your persona has become too high, that the energy you're spending on being liked is costing you the energy to be whole. The path forward is not about abandoning kindness or becoming selfish. It's about integration. It's about making space for your entire self, especially the parts you were told were too much, too angry, too sensitive, too honest. You do not need to dismantle your life to begin this healing. You only need to tell yourself the truth. Where do you feel the most drained? Who do you become when you're trying to be accepted? What part of you is always waiting for permission to speak? The answers to these questions are the keys to your vitality. The more honest you are, the more energy you reclaim. Your shadow is not the enemy. It's your buried power. And your exhaustion is not a flaw. It's a clue. 3. The nice person role is energetically unsustainable. You've spent so much of your life trying to be the good one, the kind one, the agreeable one, the peacemaker, and no one ever told you how spiritually expensive that role would become. Day after day, you monitor the emotional landscape of every room you walk into, adjusting yourself to make others comfortable. You anticipate their reactions before you speak. You avoid saying no because you don't want to hurt feelings, and you bury your frustration so deeply that you start forgetting it was ever there. But your body hasn't forgotten. Your soul hasn't forgotten. And the exhaustion you carry is not from your schedule. It's from the performance. Carl Jung warned that what we repress becomes our shadow, and what we repress will eventually find a way to express itself, usually through discomfort, burnout, or breakdown. So while you smile and nod, while you make everyone else feel safe, while you play the role of the emotionally responsible adult in every relationship, your inner world starts to crumble. You become like a beach ball held beneath the surface, colorful on the outside, but under incredible pressure. It takes so much effort to keep it submerged, and the moment you relax, it comes flying back up. That beach ball is your shadow. It's your anger, your truth, your unmet needs, your desire to be seen as more than just the strong one. And every time you push it back down, you lose spiritual energy you need to create, to heal, to grow. That's why you're tired, even after a full night of sleep. That's why you feel hollow, even when nothing is technically wrong. That's why you smile, while secretly wishing someone would just ask, "How are you really?" But no one asks, because you've trained the world to believe you're always fine. You've become the therapist, the fixer, the reliable one. And in the process, you've abandoned the parts of you that need to be held, to be listened to be angry, to be real. This isn't about being selfish. This is about being whole. Spiritual healing doesn't come from being more accommodating. It comes from integrating what you've rejected. You cannot truly awaken until you've embraced the parts of you that you've disowned. Jung said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." That darkness is not evil. It's an unexpressed truth. When you finally acknowledge the part of you that's tired of being agreeable, that's resentful of always giving, that's screaming behind your smile, you begin to reclaim your soul. You begin to understand that your burnout isn't a weakness. It's wisdom. It's your shadow telling you that the nice person costume no longer fits, that the performance is over, and it's time to come home to yourself. The spiritual path is not about perfection. It's about honesty. It's about removing the mask and saying, "This is me, whole, messy, divine." And in that space of truth, something miraculous happens and your energy begins to return. Your clarity sharpens. Your intuition strengthens. Because when your shadow is no longer a prisoner, your soul becomes free. So let go of the idea that being kind means being silent, that being spiritual means being passive, and that being a good person means being drained. You are allowed to say no without guilt. You are allowed to disappoint others in order to remain in alignment with yourself. And you are allowed required to honor your shadow if you want to live a life of spiritual integrity and true vitality. Because the real burnout isn't caused by doing too much. It's caused by abandoning too much of yourself. Are you tired of playing the nice person at the cost of your own energy? If you're ready to reclaim your boundaries and speak your truth, comment below. I choose authenticity to begin your journey toward freedom and spiritual alignment. 4. Case study: Karen, the saint who's spiritually depleted. Karen's life looks admirable from the outside. She's warm, generous, always available. She never says no, never causes conflict, and never voices her true frustrations. But behind the praise and the polished surface is a soul that's quietly withering. She wakes up tired, not because she slept too little, but because her energy is bleeding from wounds she's been taught to ignore. Her fatigue is not physical, it's spiritual. This is not just tiredness. This is psychic depletion. Carl Jung warned that repressing the shadow self, the anger, the desires, the truth we've been conditioned to hide is one of the most draining things a human can do. And that's exactly what's happening to Karen. Every time she smiles when she wants to scream, agrees when she wants to refuse, or gives when she has nothing left, she chips away at her vitality. Her exhaustion doesn't come from doing too much. It comes from being too little of who she truly is. The persona Jung said is the mask we wear to fit in. It's necessary but dangerous when over-identified with. Karen has become her mask. Her real self, the one with needs, instincts, and boundaries, has been silenced for so long that it only speaks now through fatigue, through the dull ache in her chest, through the brain fog that no supplement can fix. There is an energy leak within her, a spiritual hemorrhage that sleep cannot seal. And it's not unique to her. Many men live the same way. You work hard, provide, stay calm, keep the peace, but inside, something is dying. Not because you're weak, but because you're lying to yourself. You've cut off a part of your being, and that fragment the shadow demands to be felt. It doesn't care about politeness or success. It wants the truth. And until you face it, your soul will continue to cry out through your body. Karen's case is not about burnout from labor. It's about burnout from inauthenticity, from never allowing herself to be whole. She's not just tired, she's spiritually malnourished. Her shadow has become louder, not through words, but through symptoms. Her life is proof that ignoring the shadow doesn't make it disappear. It just changes the way it speaks. Through her story, we see a truth many avoid, that sometimes the most exhausting thing we do is pretend. Healing doesn't begin with more sleep, another vacation, or better time management. It begins with a reckoning, with asking yourself, where have I betrayed my own soul to be who the world wanted me to be? That question is the beginning of reclaiming your power. Because the soul cannot thrive in hiding. It only breathes in truth. 5. Fatigue is a sacred signal. not a flaw. Your exhaustion is not a weakness. It is sacred intelligence speaking through your body. It's not laziness, not failure, not some flaw in your personality. It is your soul signaling that something is profoundly off course. And as Carl Jung warned, what you suppress doesn't disappear. It becomes the shadow. That shadow is not just a metaphor. It's the container where your unspoken anger, buried needs, and silenced truth live. Quietly consuming your energy every day, you pretend they're not there. The more you smile through pain, say yes when you mean no, or silence your boundaries to be liked or accepted, the more you create a split inside yourself, and that inner split demands enormous energy to maintain. You wake up tired, not because you didn't sleep enough, but because you've spent years managing two versions of yourself, the one you present to the world and the one hidden in the dark, asking to be seen. There's a man who wakes up every morning, puts on a suit, kisses his kids, and drives to work with a hollow ache in his chest. Everyone says he's dependable, kind, the guy you can count on, but no one sees how crushed he feels inside. He doesn't know why he snaps at small things, or why joy feels like a distant memory. He thinks maybe he just needs a vacation, but what he really needs is integration. His burnout is not about overwork, it's about oversuppression. His soul is asking for truth, for permission to feel, for space to finally be honest. And until he gives that to himself, no amount of rest will bring him peace. Carl Jung made it clear, the shadow is not evil. It's simply the part of you you've not yet made conscious. And repressing it is one of the most exhausting things a human being can do. When you push away your anger, your grief, your desires, they don't leave. They live underground, pulling at your energy like invisible weights. This is why so many people feel tired all the time and can't explain it. Because they're not just tired, they're divided. And division creates suffering. But healing begins when you stop asking, "What's wrong with me?" and start asking, "What truth am I afraid to face?" Your burnout is a message, not a malfunction. It's your shadow asking you to stop performing, to stop hiding, to stop sacrificing your real self for an image that pleases others. You don't need to become someone else. You need to become whole. And that begins by letting yourself feel what you feel, need what you need, and speak what you've been too afraid to say. Your exhaustion is not the enemy. It's the doorway. It's the threshold between the false self and the true self. Let it guide you. Let it soften you. Let it lead you back to the places within that you once abandoned. As Jung once said, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. Don't be one of them. The real cure for burnout is not more sleep, it's more truth. Let your soul rest by letting it speak. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. What is your body trying to tell you right now? Let's honor our exhaustion, not as failure, but as sacred guidance on the path of spiritual awakening. 6. 3 core messages from your shadow. Through exhaustion, unexpressed anger is not just an emotional issue, it is a spiritual weight. Every time you silence your rage to appear agreeable, every time you smile while your boundaries are being violated, you're using an immense amount of psychic energy to suppress what needs to be acknowledged. Carl Jung warned us that what you resist not only persists, but grows in size. When you hold in your anger, It doesn't disappear. It transforms into exhaustion. It becomes chronic fatigue, irritation, restlessness, and even depression. It's like pressing down on a spring all day eventually. Your entire being tires from the force of resistance. Your burnout isn't laziness or weakness. It's the spiritual cost of denying a part of yourself that demands to be heard. And it doesn't stop there. Your soul has emotional and spiritual needs, just like your body needs food. If you're constantly pouring into others, showing up for everyone else, offering kindness and strength while never receiving the same for yourself, you will slowly deplete. Your soul needs solitude, silence, inspiration, and joy to thrive. Without these, you experience what can only be described as spiritual malnutrition. The symptoms are subtle. You stop laughing. You stop dreaming. You lose interest in things that once lit you up. The inner world begins to fade, replaced by obligation and performance. You forget the last time you created for fun, rested without guilt, or felt truly alive. Your spirit, once vibrant, becomes weary, not because you are broken, but because you are spiritually starved. The third and most devastating root of this deep exhaustion is living in misalignment with your true self. When your life is dictated by others' opinions, when you suppress your own voice to win approval, when your days are filled with roles you never chose, your soul begins to rebel. This rebellion doesn't look like fire and chaos. It shows up as numbness, as fatigue that won't go away, as a sense of drifting through life, never quite arriving anywhere. You feel like you're swimming against the current of your own being. Jung believed that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And when you live inauthentically, when you betray yourself just to be accepted, your soul sends signals. Burnout is one of those signals. It is not your body giving up. It is your spirit screaming that something is deeply wrong. This is not just mental or emotional exhaustion. It is a spiritual collapse. The shadow self, everything you've rejected, hidden, or disowned, isn't trying to ruin you. It is trying to wake you up. It speaks through weariness, through the weight in your chest, through the tears that rise for no reason. Integration is the path to healing. You must stop hiding from the parts of yourself you were taught to fear, because in truth, they hold the very energy, creativity, and power you've been missing. You are not broken. You are spiritually imbalanced from pretending too long. And the only way back is through honest self-inquiry and radical alignment with your soul. Let the shadow speak. Let your spirit breathe again. 7. 3 transformative practices to begin healing. The exhaustion you feel is not laziness, and it's not something you can fix with just a good night's sleep. It's deeper than that. It's the ache of your soul quietly asking you to stop pretending. You've spent years being the strong one, the dependable one, the man who doesn't complain. But beneath that calm exterior is a storm of unmet needs, unspoken truths, and a shadow you've worked tirelessly to suppress. Carl Jung warned us that what you resist not only persists, but will grow in size. And for many men, this resistance becomes the root of burnout, not just a tired body, but a tired identity. Healing starts not with doing more, but with remembering who you are beneath the noise. The first practice that initiates this healing is the sigh of surrender, a double inhale followed by a long, slow exhale while silently saying, "I surrender. I am ready to listen." It's not just a breath, it's a signal to your nervous system that the war within is ending. Your body, which has carried so much tension and false strength, finally gets to soften, to release the armor you've worn for too long. And in that moment of breath, your soul speaks not through words, but through relief. This is followed by the practice of journaling to your fatigue, where you sit with your exhaustion not as a weakness to push through, but as a wise messenger. Write to it. Ask questions like, "What are you trying to protect me from?" Or, "What have I been ignoring?" Let it speak back without censorship. This isn't about crafting perfect sentences. It's about creating a dialogue with the part of you that has been silenced in your pursuit of being strong. You'll be surprised what your soul reveals when given permission to speak without judgment. The third practice is guilt-free rest, which may sound simple, but for many men, it's the hardest. Rest has been tied to guilt, to laziness, to failure. But true rest, the kind that restores your soul, is not a break from productivity. It's an act of remembrance. When you schedule time to do absolutely nothing, not to recover for more hustle, but because your soul deserves space to breathe, you are declaring to the world that your worth is not tied to your output. You are not a machine. You are not a checklist. You are a soul in a human body, and that soul needs stillness. These practices are not luxuries. They are acts of courage. In a society that celebrates burnout as a badge of honor, choosing to breathe, to write, and to rest becomes a radical return to self. And in that return, you'll find a man who is no longer chasing validation or hiding his pain. You'll find someone grounded, awake, and no longer ruled by the shadow he once feared. The exhaustion doesn't disappear overnight, but when you stop running from it and start listening to it, you begin to shift. You stop surviving and start remembering. And that remembrance is where the soul finally begins to heal. As we explore these 3 transformative healing practices, take a moment to honor your own journey. Your presence here is a sign that you're ready to listen to your body, speak to your soul, and rest without guilt. If you're committed to this path of deep self-care, comment below. I am ready to heal from within as a declaration of your inner shift. Let this be your first step toward wholeness. 8. Shadow work begins with listening, not fighting. You think you're just tired, but no amount of sleep seems to help. You wake up drained, carry a heaviness you can't explain, and tell yourself to push through. But this exhaustion isn't physical, it's spiritual. Carl Jung warned that the greatest drain on our energy doesn't come from work or effort. It comes from denying who we are. Shadow work begins not with fixing or fighting, but with listening. Listening to the quiet ache that says you've been showing up for everyone but yourself. Listening to the sighs you suppress, the anger you swallow, the needs you minimize. That bone-deep tiredness is not laziness. It's the consequence of living in a way that's misaligned with your soul. And the moment you stop resisting it and begin listening is the moment you reclaim your power. When you give yourself permission to rest, to feel, to say no, the energy you once used to suppress yourself becomes available for living more authentically. Karen used to be the nice one, helpful, agreeable, always available. But beneath her smile was a soul worn thin. Her body spoke first. Tension, fatigue, disinterest. She thought she just needed a vacation, But what she really needed was the truth. So she paused. She stopped volunteering on autopilot. She let silence fill the space where guilt used to speak. She picked up her old guitar and began playing again. Not for anyone, just for herself. She wrote down her feelings, even the uncomfortable ones. She stopped saying yes when her body whispered no. Slowly, the joy returned. Not the kind you fake in public, but the kind that sneaks up on you when you're finally free. Her kindness didn't disappear. It deepened. It wasn't about obligation anymore. It came from alignment, from the soul. That's what Carl Jung meant by integration. Not perfection, but wholeness. The truth is, burnout is the receipt for abandoning yourself. Every time you perform instead of express, agree instead of feel, please instead of honor, you pay in energy. And eventually, the cost is too high. So you renegotiate. You write a new contract with your life. My needs are valid, my rest is sacred, and I will not sacrifice myself to be understood. This isn't a quick fix. It's a slow unraveling of the masks you wear. It's choosing honesty over approval, peace over performance, soul over survival. And it begins now. Not with a resolution, but with one sacred choice. The sigh, the journal, or the rest. One breath that says, I am here. One truth on paper that says, this is how I feel. One quiet moment that says, I don't need to earn this pause. That's how the healing begins, not with force, but with presence. The more you listen, the more energy returns. Not energy to hustle, but to be. That's the true cure for burnout. To stop abandoning yourself and to remember the life you were meant to live. As we've explored today, the exhaustion you feel might not just be physical, it could be your shadow self calling out for your attention. Carl Jung reminds us that what we repress does not disappear. It only grows heavier in the dark. True healing begins when you stop running from yourself and start listening to the parts you've ignored. If this message resonated with you, take a moment to reflect. What part of you have you silenced for too long? If you found value in this video, please give it a like, share it with someone who needs this message, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights like this. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our next awakening. Your journey inward is the most powerful journey of all. Keep walking it with courage. Why the most spiritually awake are always misunderstood. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung. Have you ever felt like the more spiritually awake you become, the less others seem to understand you? You're not alone, and you're not broken. In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we'll explore why the most spiritually awakened souls are often misjudged, isolated, or labeled as too intense, and how this misunderstanding is actually a sign that you're evolving beyond collective illusions. If this resonates with your journey, drop a comment below. Have you experienced this kind of spiritual loneliness? Let's start the conversation and awaken together. 1. Your light activates the shadow in others. Spiritually strong men carry a quiet, grounded power that doesn't need to announce itself to be felt. It radiates from the soul, steady and unmoving, and that's precisely why it unsettles people. Carl Jung called this phenomenon the activation of the shadow, the hidden, rejected aspects of the self. When you walk into a room with authentic presence, you unintentionally become a mirror. Without uttering a word, your calm confidence stirs the unconscious in others. Suddenly, they feel exposed, not because you judged them, but because your light revealed what they've spent years trying to bury. And in that moment, their reaction isn't about you at all. It's about the parts of themselves they're not ready to face. That's why your silence can feel louder than noise, your honesty sharper than criticism, and your boundaries more threatening than confrontation. You don't have to speak truth to trigger resistance. Your soul does it for you. And because people aren't often taught how to sit with their own discomfort, they project it outward. You'll be labeled as distant, cold, or too intense. Not because you are, but because your authenticity breaks the illusion they're still clinging to. It's not that you are misunderstood by accident. It's that your very existence challenges their unspoken denial. Jung once said that people will go to great lengths to avoid facing their own souls. That includes rejecting those who remind them of what they've abandoned inside themselves. The rejection you experience isn't personal, it's spiritual. It's not your flaws that repel people. It's your healed parts. It's your refusal to play small, to dilute your essence for acceptance. The more aligned you become with your soul, the more incompatible you'll be with shallow connections and surface-level interactions. You'll begin to notice how your growth threatens those still committed to stagnation. You'll feel the emotional distance grow, not because you're pushing people away, but because they don't know how to meet you at the depth you now inhabit. This is the cost of spiritual awakening. It doesn't just open your eyes to truth, it exposes who's unable to walk beside it. And so, you begin to understand. The discomfort you cause is not a sign you've done something wrong. It's confirmation that your light is working. It's activating, revealing, shaking loose the unhealed within others. And while it can be painful to be the one who always gets misunderstood, misjudged, or misread, it's also proof that your soul is no longer dimmed by the fear of being different. You weren't made to fit in. You were made to reflect what others aren't yet ready to see. Not to shame them, but to remind them. Not to control them, but to liberate them. This is what the spiritually awake do, often in silence, often alone. And it is precisely in that sacred solitude that your soul grows stronger. Are you ready to embrace the light within you, even if it makes others uncomfortable? If so, comment below. I choose to shine, to affirm your commitment to walking in your truth, no matter who it unsettles. 2. You don't fit the roles. Others expect you to play. You've likely felt it since childhood, the subtle yet constant pressure to become what others find acceptable. You were expected to smile when it hurt, agree when your soul screamed no, and conform even when your spirit longed to break free. Carl Jung called this persona a social mask we wear to survive. But when you begin to awaken spiritually, that mask starts to suffocate you. You can no longer pretend. You stop performing, stop people-pleasing, stop deluding yourself to maintain peace that only serves others' comfort. And when you do, the world around you shifts. Not because you've become difficult, but because you've finally become honest. The very people who once praised your kindness now call you cold. They say you've changed, but in truth, You've simply returned to who you were before the world told you who to be. There's a man who spent decades as the nice guy in every room. He said yes when he meant no, worked late just to be liked, and silenced his ideas to avoid conflict. But one day, after studying Carl Jung's insights on individuation, the process of becoming your true self, he stopped. He stopped volunteering his time out of guilt. He started speaking his truth even when his voice shook. The shift was quiet but powerful. People recoiled, claiming he'd become arrogant or selfish. But the truth was, he had finally aligned with his soul. And in doing so, he outgrew every room that required his silence to feel secure. This is what happens when you awaken. You no longer fit roles that ask you to play small. You stop laughing at shallow jokes. Stop tolerating manipulative energy. Stop engaging in connections that ask for your performance rather than your presence. This isn't arrogance, it's alignment. And rejection at this point is not failure, it's purification. Your authenticity becomes too heavy for spaces built on illusion. Your truth exposes the falseness in others. They don't leave because you're wrong. They leave because you're real. And realness threatens every mask that still needs validation to survive. Carl Jung warned that becoming your true self is the privilege of a lifetime, but it often costs you the people who only loved the mask you wore. When you no longer bend yourself to be palatable, those who thrived on your self-abandonment will claim you've lost your way. But what you've really done is return home to the self that no longer needs permission to exist. If you feel alone after choosing the truth, remember this: your soul is not breaking, it is shedding. You are not difficult, you are deeply alive. You're not cold, you're clear. The world may mislabel your transformation, but your evolution is not theirs to define. Let them misunderstand. Let them leave. Let their discomfort expose the limits of who they were allowed to see you as. Your path is no longer about being accepted, it is about being aligned. Because as Carl Jung revealed, when you drop the persona, you don't just lose the role, you reclaim the soul. Have you ever stopped pretending just to be accepted? If so, share your story in the comments to inspire others on the same path. If not, comment, "I will live in truth," to declare your commitment to dropping the mask and embracing your authentic self. 3. You see what others don't want to see. You see what others deny, not because you're trying to dig too deep, but because your soul was designed to feel the undercurrents of life. Carl Jung called it the function of intuition, a spiritual radar that picks up on what the world tries to hide. You notice the fear behind someone's confidence, the sorrow behind their laughter, the tension in a room before a word is spoken. You are not imagining things. You are not being dramatic. You are spiritually awake, and that makes people uncomfortable. Because when you walk into a space with that kind of clarity, you become a mirror not of what people want to be, but of who they truly are. And most aren't ready to see that. So they call you too much, too sensitive, or overly intense, when in truth, you are simply refusing to play the game of pretending. You don't wear the mask, and that alone exposes everyone who still does. You've likely felt it, the slow distancing when you start speaking truth, the subtle tension when your silence becomes louder than small talk. It's not that you're cold, it's that you're present. And presence, when it's spiritually grounded, reveals everything. People will say you overanalyze, but what they mean is you see through them. You hear what isn't said, feel what's hidden, and sense what's buried. And because of that, you've probably been blamed for making things awkward when all you did was exist in truth. But clarity is not cruelty. Clarity is a spiritual gift. It shines a light in the places others are still trying to keep dark. And when the light hits something people aren't ready to deal with, they run, or worse, they project. They'll say you made them feel judged, even if you said nothing at all. Because your energy speaks, your presence confronts, and your soul doesn't tolerate the lie. You're not here to make people comfortable. You're here to wake them up, even if your truth shakes them. And while that might isolate you at times, it also protects your soul from drowning in inauthenticity. The spiritually awake don't fit into shallow waters. They weren't made to sit quietly while the world celebrates fake smiles and unspoken pain. You're not misunderstood because you're flawed. You're misunderstood because you're clear. And in a society that profits off confusion, distraction, and noise, clarity is threatening. That's why people push you away. It's not because there's something wrong with you. It's because there's something undeniably right with your spirit. And it exposes what others aren't ready to face within themselves. You feel like an outsider, not because you're lost, but because you found something real in a world built on illusion. You've found that truth cannot be silenced, and that the soul, once awakened, refuses to go back to sleep. Carl Jung once said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls." And yet, here you are, living in yours, fully awake, fully aware, and yes, often alone. But that solitude isn't punishment. It's preparation. It's protection. It's the sacred space where your intuition sharpens, your energy cleanses, and your vision becomes undeniable. So if they walk away, let them. Your spiritual truth was never meant for everyone. It was meant for those with eyes to see, hearts to feel, and souls ready to rise. If this message resonates with your inner knowing, don't hesitate to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments, especially if you've ever been told you see too much. Let's keep exploring this deeper truth together. 4. You love deeply, while others only know. Surface love. You don't love like the world loves you. Love with your whole being, with presence, essence, and soul. While others are busy loving from convenience, from comfort, or from loneliness, you love from depth. You offer a kind of love that doesn't just skim the surface, but dives straight into the marrow of connection. Your love does not flatter the ego. It speaks to the soul. It asks for honesty, emotional presence, and the courage to face one's own shadow. That's why people are drawn to you at first. They feel something ancient and rare in your energy, something that awakens their longing for realness. But the very moment they realize it requires them to show up fully, they flinch. You see, it's easy to love when love doesn't demand transformation, but your love does. And Carl Jung was right when he said that the deepest connection begins within, not with another. People want intimacy without the mirror, affection without vulnerability, and comfort without truth. But your soul doesn't allow that. You don't chase approval. You don't beg to be seen. You simply love with such honesty that it forces others to confront what they've buried. Most people don't know what to do with that kind of intensity. They misread your emotional availability as neediness, your honesty as pressure, your vulnerability as weakness. But what they're really reacting to is the confrontation of their own emotional shallowness. You've likely heard it more than once. You're too much. You care too deeply. You feel things too strongly. But what they're truly saying is, I can't meet you at the depth where your soul lives. Because your love isn't performative. It's not dressed in pretense or curated for comfort. It's real. You speak directly to the heart, not just through words, but through your silence, your energy, your steady presence. And in a world that's addicted to distraction and emotionally allergic to truth, that's a revolutionary act. You've stopped romanticizing surface-level bonds. You're no longer satisfied with being admired. You want to be understood. You no longer crave attention. You crave resonance. You don't just want someone to stay. You want someone who sees you and chooses to stand in the fire of truth with you. And that's what most people cannot do. They love the idea of depth, but not the responsibility that comes with it. They long for spiritual intimacy, but flee when the soul starts to speak. And still, you keep loving. Not because it's easy, but because it's who you are. You carry the weight of awakened love in a world that celebrates detachment and calls it independence. But you know better. You know that love without depth is just performance. You know that emotional safety is earned through truth, not illusion. And you've learned to let go, not out of bitterness, but out of respect for your own soul's integrity. Because when people can't meet you in truth, no amount of pretending will build a connection worth keeping. So even when it hurts, you walk away with grace, trusting that the one who is meant for your kind of love will not be frightened by its fire, but healed by it. If you resonate with this, speak it into existence. I love with soul, not surface. And if this message touched your heart, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your truth in the comments. Your depth is needed here. 5. You don't seek approval, and that unsettles people. Most people are wired to seek approval. It's the glue that holds society together, unspoken rules shaped by likes, compliments, applause, and silent nods of acceptance. But when you detach from that system, when you stop needing validation to feel worthy, everything around you begins to shift. This isn't rebellion. It's what Carl Jung called individuation, the sacred journey of becoming your true self, untouched by the noise of the world. But here's the truth that nobody tells you. Stepping into your authenticity won't always earn you admiration. In fact, it may do the opposite. Your calm confidence, your refusal to people please, your silent strength, it unsettles those who still build their worth on what others think of them. To the spiritually asleep, your sovereignty feels like distance. Your grounded presence, which no longer begs to be seen, is mistaken for arrogance. And so, the more spiritually aligned you become, the more misunderstood you often are. You've likely seen this play out in real life. A man who used to be the entertainer, the go-to guy, the one everyone expected to show up and perform, begins to withdraw. Not because he's bitter, not because he's angry, but because he's finally done performing. He reads Jung, begins therapy, journals his pain, faces his shadows, and makes a quiet decision to stop chasing applause. The loud laughter becomes quieter. The constant texting fades. The need to be invited everywhere disappears. And as he grows into this new version of himself, people pull away. They say things like, "You've changed," or "You're not fun anymore." But what they really mean is, "You no longer serve our need to be needed." This is the cost of self-ownership. And it is a cost that few are willing to pay. Because when you stop dancing for approval, you no longer belong to them, you belong to your soul. And that threatens the system. Carl Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." But he never said it would feel comfortable. In fact, it's the discomfort that tells you you're on the right path. The spiritual path isn't loud. It doesn't scream for attention. It whispers, detaches, and deepens. And that depth often scares those who only know how to live on the surface. So if people mislabel your independence as coldness, let them. If they confuse your clarity with ego, let them. They don't see what you had to overcome to get here. The nights of doubt, the hours of silence, the moments where you questioned your sanity for choosing the path of truth over belonging. What you've gained is beyond their understanding. You've reclaimed your energy. You've retrieved your soul. And that, in this world of noise and imitation, is the rarest form of power. Remember, not needing approval isn't rejection, it's resurrection. The resurrection of your soul's original rhythm, unchained from societal noise, unshaken by rejection, and unbothered by misunderstanding. It's the kind of power that doesn't need to be seen to be felt. And it is precisely because it is so rare that it is so feared. Let them misunderstand. Let them project. While they're busy trying to decode your silence, you'll be too busy becoming. If you're walking this path of inner truth and no longer seek approval to feel worthy, comment below. I choose alignment over approval. And if this message speaks to your soul, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share it with someone else who's breaking free from the need to be understood. 6. Your energy heals, but not everyone wants to be healed. Your spiritual presence carries a vibration so pure, so grounded, that it doesn't have to speak to be heard. It doesn't need convincing to be felt. You walk into a room, and something shifts, not because you impose, but because your energy touches invisible places in others that even they forgot existed. You are a living mirror, a catalyst. And while that may sound beautiful, the reality is far more complicated. Because healing, real healing, is not a soft glow. It's a wildfire. It burns through illusions, dredges up suppressed pain, and cracks open the protective shells people have built around their trauma. And this is where the misunderstanding begins. Most people are not running from you. They're running from what they feel when they're around you. Your spiritual energy doesn't just comfort, it confronts. It brings up memories, emotions, regrets, longings, and buried grief. The ones who are initially drawn to you often retreat without warning, not because you hurt them, but because they can no longer avoid the parts of themselves that your presence activates. Carl Jung's archetype of the wounded healer explains this dynamic with piercing truth. He believed that those who have been through the darkest nights of the soul become the most potent vessels for healing, not because they are flawless, but because they've earned their wisdom through pain. Your soul became medicine not by bypassing your suffering, but by walking through it, bleeding through it, and choosing to alchemize it. But that same medicine, when offered to those who are not ready, becomes too strong. They want healing to feel good. They want light without heat. They want clarity without discomfort. And when your spiritual vibration begins to awaken their shame, their self-abandonment, their avoidance, they either lash out or disappear. Not everyone who seeks your light is ready to be illuminated. Some just want your warmth, not your fire. They want to be seen, but not truly known. They crave your empathy, but not your mirror. And still, you remain misunderstood. Because in a world that romanticizes healing, few are prepared for what it actually demands. They say they want peace, but not the confrontation with inner chaos that peace requires. They say they want truth, but not the death of their illusions. And so your spiritual presence becomes a paradox, adored from a distance, but rejected up close. You represent the version of themselves they're afraid to become the one who tells the truth, feels deeply, holds boundaries, and refuses to abandon the soul for temporary approval. You don't play small. You don't dilute your essence just to make others comfortable. And that scares them. But there is nothing wrong with you. Your energy is not too much. Your silence is not cold. Your boundaries are not unkind. You are simply living at a frequency that exposes everything that is not real. That is a spiritual gift, but it comes with a spiritual cost. Loneliness, rejection, projection, misunderstanding. Yet you are not here to be understood by everyone. You are here to be true to your calling. You are the wounded healer, the living soul that reminds others of their potential, whether they love you for it or resent you for it. Keep your light strong. Hold your mirror steady, and never forget, the right souls will not only stay, they will rise with you. If your presence brings healing, but not everyone embraces it, that's not your burden to carry. Stay rooted in your light. For more insights on spiritual energy and inner growth, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss what's coming next. 7. You chose truth, and truth always comes with a cost. You stopped bending, stopped twisting your truth just to be palatable. You no longer diluted your essence to make others comfortable, and in that moment, something sacred happened. Your soul took over. Choosing the truth was never about rebellion. It was a return to the core of who you are beneath the conditioning, the expectations, the subtle contracts of compliance that society teaches us to sign with a smile. Carl Jung once said, "Wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration of the contraries." But most people can't bear that kind of integration because it demands the death of illusion. It requires walking away from personas and identities that once offered safety. You, however, chose to confront the falsehoods within and around you. And that choice, though deeply spiritual, came with a price most are unwilling to pay. Truth isn't loud. It doesn't come with applause or approval. In fact, it often arrives with silence, distance, and the kind of loneliness that only the spiritually awakened understand. When you chose alignment over attachment, people began to fall away. Not because you pushed them, but because your light became too bright for their shadows. Your authenticity, your spiritual clarity, disrupted the equilibrium they maintained through denial. They didn't reject you. They rejected the mirror your soul had become. They called your boundaries cold. They labeled your insight as arrogance. But what they truly feared was the reflection you held up, because once you live in truth, you make it impossible for others to hide in pretense. That is the quiet power of the awakened soul. It doesn't scream, it simply shines, and that shine exposes everything. You didn't lose people. You lost the illusion that they were truly connected to you. You lost the version of them that only loved the version of you that stayed small. You began speaking in frequencies instead of words, vibrating in presence instead of performance. And that shift disoriented those who needed you to stay predictable. But spiritual alignment doesn't come with instructions. It comes with fire. It burns away everything in your life that is no longer in resonance. And the more you let go, the more you find what cannot be taken from you. Your essence, your soul, your divine clarity. Jung's wisdom pierces through this experience when he said, "Loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important." That's the wound of the awakened man. Not absence, but misattunement. You feel unseen, not because you are invisible, but because you are now vibrating at a truth others are not yet ready to face. Stillness is mistaken for coldness, discernment for judgment, silence for arrogance. But what people don't understand is that your withdrawal is not bitterness, it's protection. You are no longer willing to explain your evolution to those committed to misunderstanding it. You are no longer handing your soul to those who only want your compliance. You have become sacred ground, and not everyone is meant to walk with you there. That is not pride. That is clarity. When the soul begins to lead, your life no longer revolves around being chosen. It becomes about being aligned, and that shift transforms rejection into redirection, misunderstanding into spiritual refinement. You are not here to be accepted by the masses. You are here to embody the truth most are still afraid to admit exists. And that calling, though isolating, is divine. Because while truth costs you comfort, illusions cost you your soul, and you, brave one, finally chose to stop paying that price. To affirm your commitment to living in truth, even when it costs you comfort or connection, comment below, "I choose truth over illusion." Let your words be a light for others on this path. And if this message speaks to your soul, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss another moment of spiritual wisdom. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the unseen struggles of the spiritually awake. If this message resonated with you, know that your path, though often misunderstood, is sacred and deeply meaningful. You're not alone, and your inner truth is a gift to this world, even if not everyone can see it yet. If you found value in today's video, please give it a like, share it with someone who might need this reminder, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming insights on transformation, soul growth, and higher consciousness. Until next time, stay grounded, stay true, and stay awake.